Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Youth 7 Summit 2021. Now, I'm going to run through some housekeeping. A little signposting for you. The digital agenda is your personalised agenda for the day. To enter your sessions, you simply click on the session when it's starting. The resource gallery is home to event-related content, where you will find supporting documents for the Y7, including the Y7 communique, which we announced yesterday, and the letter to the delegates from the Youth Forum, which some of the participants will be talking about today. You can navigate to it from your digital agenda page. We have scheduled informal group networking time, both immediately before and after each day's main stage sessions. Simply click into a breakout group to meet a random selection of other young leaders from across the world. Throughout the summit, you can network with other attendees using the Meeting Hub, where you can use the instant chat and messaging functions to request meetings with other attendees. Once scheduled, these will show up in your digital agenda. You can download the contact details of any attendees you network with by clicking the Export button at the top right of the platform before the virtual event ends. To make the most of this function, feel free to add in your LinkedIn and contact details onto your profile. Here on the main stage, the discussion forum is available for general comments between attendees. Please use this space to discuss and feedback on the topics of the session. We loved how interactive this was yesterday. The Q&A function is to submit questions to the panel or the keynotes. Please note this is a separate tab on your screen, so please submit your questions there. You can upvote the best or most relevant questions. You can actually volunteer to come onto stage to ask your question in person by clicking on the hand and raising your hand. The event team will be backstage to help you prepare to ask your question. We really want to enable as many of you to have your voice heard as possible. So please do ensure that you type your questions into the Q&A tab and you raise your hand if you'd like to ask your question in person. If you're having technical issues, there is live support available. Click on the live support link at the top of the screen and an operator will be able to assist. You can also direct all technical and programming queries to event support at cabinetoffice.gov.uk. This event will take place in English. Simultaneous interpretation into German will be provided via Interactio. To access, navigate to app.interactio.io in a separate browser window. Enter the meeting code Y7 2021 and select language to hear live interpretation on your device. Step-by-step user guidelines for anyone wishing to access this service are available in the event resource gallery. Please be aware that all main stage sessions are being recorded and live streamed. And for the best viewing experience, feel free to go to full screen. Thanks so much, and we hope you're looking forward to day 2 of the Y7 2021 Summit. So, welcome back, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Y7 Summit. I am absolutely delighted to be joined on stage by Evie Aspinall, head of the UK delegation to this year's Y7 Summit. So, Evie, welcome onto the main stage. The Y7 on home turf, so to speak, this year. Yesterday, day 1 of the Y7 Summit was all about calling the world to action and presenting your recommendations. A big day, a really big day.
Yeah.
Tell me, what was your highlight from yesterday?
I think the highlight definitely for me was just the opportunity to meet, so many people on this chat around the world, but particularly to meet, government ministers. It's an opportunity that young people rarely get. So a huge thank you to FLN and the task force for bringing out such a stellar group of government officials and the G7 Sherpa, absolutely amazing. And what was best about that was how receptive they were. We saw them all posting on social media online. Downing Street retweeted your interview. Just brilliant to see the reception to what we were saying, and that they're publicly going, oh, we care about this, we're interested in this. And now we just need to push them that a little bit further. But it was just brilliant to see how well that was received by the government, because ultimately that's where we want to be making change. So it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. You're so right. And I mean, that kind of interview with the Prime Minister was a great stage setting. But what I really enjoyed was that kind of interactive dialogue with Jonathan Black. And it was really great to see actually him specifically highlight one of the digital and technology recommendations. How did that feel?
It was so great. And I know, shout out to the Canadian delegate, Modran. I know that was a big passion project for her. And it's brilliant that it's on there. We're already, as a digital track, planning how we're going to take that forwards and how we can get that into action with our post-summit initiatives. So it's really, really exciting that they found something that they really care about, they agree with, and there's a clear opportunity for us to make a difference there. So it's really exciting.
It is, isn't it? And I kind of throughout the day was really inspired, but I have to admit the kind of closing keynote from the UN Secretary General's envoy on youth was like really hit home for me. Do you have any reflections from that session?
I just thought it was brilliant. And I mean, again, amazing that we had her there, but just really great to hear from people like that about how we can continue to make change, especially when, as she rightly pointed out, for young people, many of us do this as our side job. I know that all of the delegates in the Youth Forum, we've been working ridiculous hours, working all day, every day, or studying all day, and then doing this in the evenings and on our weekends. And I know we're all had an amazing time, but absolutely exhausted, and like thinking about how we can make this sustainable going forwards, because I'm ready for a nap after this.
I think we all are, Evie. I totally agree. And as you say, some really important points there about how we make this sustainable in the long term for more young people to kind of, this shouldn't just be our side job. This should be a really cool part of what we're doing. And actually, maybe that brings us to today, because today is day 2 of the summit. And whilst day 1 was all about calling world leaders to action, day 2 is all about driving forward change as a young person. And what we're really trying to show here is that, the work doesn't stop here, doesn't just stop with kind of presenting the recommendations to world leaders. We actually have to show world leaders that young people can deliver that change, that it is, we're not just being ambitious or idealistic, that young people are powerful agents for change, which is great. And I know I'm super confident that the delegates will do that after maybe, as you say, a short or a very long nap once you've recovered from everything. And that's really key this year, because obviously, for those of you who don't know in the audience, the Future Leaders Network for the first time has introduced what's called a post-summit initiative, which is all about the delegates in the Youth Forum driving forward change themselves. So not just asking world leaders to do things, but kind of delivering action themselves. So I'm curious, Evie, have you got any thoughts about your kind of post-summit initiative, or what you'd like to see you or your peers taking forward after the Y7 summit?
I think the two main things are so the digital GPA thing we were talking about is a big one for me. I also think that, the G7 Sherpa was really big on mental health, and what we've seen coming out of the G7 so far, mental health just isn't recognised. But I know it's a big passion of the health track, but it's also mentioned in the economy track. I had a really good discussion in one of the breakout rooms about how it also links to the digital track, because experiences online lead to mental health problems. So there's a lot of cross-cutting issues, and I think that's the area that we know there's a big gap in, but also that they're sort of receptive to, maybe this is something we can work on, and finding ways to think about across tracks and across delegations how we can really push for that change. So that's where I think that we're all kind of headed towards. It's really exciting.
Yeah, that's super interesting, actually, isn't it? It's that kind of young people can kind of fill the void maybe that is being left by world leaders when they're not talking about these big issues like mental health. We can drive action in those spaces. And Evie, if you had kind of one piece of advice to young people all over the world about how to drive forward change as a young person, what would it be?
I think it would be bold. I think it's one of those things where you're a young person in a room. I had a meeting with all of the G7 Sherpas, and it was amazing. But you can also see in the room, you're like, oh my goodness, everybody here is 50. They're super experienced. They know everything. And actually, we brought a really new and unique perspective. The feedback we had from that session was amazing. We were really well prepared. We knew what we wanted to say. And people were receptive. The other engagement groups were really interested in what we had to say. So I think don't be scared that because you're the youngest person in the room, you don't know what you're talking about. You have a new and unique perspective that a lot of them won't consider. That's why mental health isn't on the agenda, because it's not something that older generations have really thought about. But actually, we have that lived experience. We know about that. And actually, we should be confident ourselves that we know what we're doing. We're entitled to the space in that room. So just take it, find any opportunity you can, and just go for it. Like, you can do it.
I love that. Be bold, be ambitious, don't be afraid. That is such brilliant advice. Thank you so much, Evie. It's been a pleasure to speak to you to open day 2 of the summit. So thank you so much for joining us and for all of your hard work so far. So thank you, Evie, on everything you have done to get the Y7 to where it is today. Thanks, Evie. So I will kind of just give you a sense, everyone, about what today is going to look like. So we're going to start off today with a panel of youth activists, which is really, really exciting. We're then going to go into some roundtables, which will be facilitated by our youth forum. And then we have a series of keynote speakers who I'm really excited to welcome, Lord John Bird and George the Poet, interspersed with some amazing sessions on delivering on our key successes as the Y7, and of course a note from our sponsor AstraZeneca, who'll be talking about their work. So a really busy day ahead. So to kick us off, I'm delighted to welcome on stage Zuzanna Mieloch, who is going to chair our first panel of the day. Zuzanna, tell us more.
Thanks, Sophie. So our first panel will be on youth activism. We're going to see how we can drive change as young people and how also we can engage the public, how young people can create tangible impact, and how change through storytelling and advocacy can be done, not only in our parts of the country or of the world, but all over the world, and how we can influence.
And the Afri Youth Network is a refugees-led community-based organization here in BVD. Yeah, I know you are the direct people who can reach to G7 leaders, and I think through this message that we are passing through you, it can reach them. So what I can say is about youths here and refugees, not only refugees, I mean the world at large. I think for the youths, they need to be taught how to catch fish, not give them ready fish. Here, I mean is youths need to be empowered. They need to be given skills. They need to be given equipment to give them knowledge. I think by giving this, they can be self-reliant. They can do their things on their own. That's why I'm struggling here in the settlement, not only me, with some other group of youths. We are struggling to build the capacity of the youths in the settlement, though we don't have enough, but we engage other people from outside, like those who are educated. We bring them in so that they give more knowledge to the youths around, so that they can be self-reliant. They need more equipment like computers. They need digital skills like more especially in storytelling. May I take storytelling because I have got storytelling, something powerful that can speak. It can speak loud enough, because once you give a story with a proper image, I think that will show enough picture out there. Someone will definitely know what is this person meaning. I think they need some knowledge, some equipments like smartphones, computers, all those things I think are very important. And also talking on the side of climate change, at times it may not rain, it will take long. I think these are all because people have cut a lot of trees. Most of the trees have been cut down. I think these ones also need to be built up. Through the youths, I think you can give them skills on planting trees and teaching them on how to maintain the environment. I think this is also something very important. And through you, I think this will reach the G7 and our voice might be heard. Thank you so much. Yeah, talking about Afri Youth Network, this is a refugees-led community-based organization, which we formed it here in Bidi refugee settlement. And that comes all after seeing many youths being in Bidi refugee settlement without work, and most of them have ran out of ideas. They have now involved themselves in drug abuse and other things. So I thought by introducing that small CBO, it will be much important, because I will be engaging them in skills, like training them on practical skills, so that they be self-reliant. I feel much honored to speak to you today, as it is an opportunity for me to share with you my struggle, which is similar to those of millions of other people in poor communities around the world. As you know, up to 34 million are facing starvations, and the WFP says it needs $5 billion to stop famine. Here in Bidi, people are seeing food such an important thing in life, since others faced more starvation back in South Sudan. And here in Bidi now, I think the food ratio has been deducted to some 6 kgs per person. I think that is still alarming here in the settlement. People are still starving. So I think it's very important to help through WFP with what they are requesting. I think that could help much lives here in the settlement. And one thing that I've seen around here is not only here in most of the settlements, since we are not in our homeland, refugees are in a foreign land, so you don't have enough access to get food like the host communities around. So you are given a limited land to cultivate or to get something on it. So it is really much important if this message could reach the world leaders or the right G7. I think that will be much important to help the lives around the world. On here in Bidi, people are given 6 kgs of maize grain to survive on, and this cannot take them up to the end of the month. It might end only in a week. That will be finished, and you will see many people starving. That food is really very small. It's not enough for them. And I talked of giving land to refugees. The land is really small. You know, for someone to cultivate and get enough food that can sustain him or her up to the end of the month or to a certain level, you need to have enough land so that you cultivate different type of foods. You don't depend only on one type of the food. So I think this, as I'm talking of Bidi, I think also in other settlements around the world, other refugees out there, I think they are facing the same situation.
So now I would like to introduce our next presenter, our next panelist, Kaushal Shah. He's the CEO and founder of Envoy Pub, and hopefully he can tell us more about it. Welcome, Kaushal.
Thank you so very much, Susanna. It's an honor to be present here. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Kaushal Shah, founder and CEO of Envoy Pub. To put simply, we at Envoy Pub are a proud and certified B Corporation. We make innovative, sustainable packaging that's kind to the planet by using renewable resources such as agricultural waste instead of wood or plastic resources such as single-use plastic. Next slide, please. Here is stubble burning. Stubble burning has been creating a long and a major cause of air pollution. Every year in India, in the northern part of India, efforts have been put to stop it, but have failed every single time. The smoke is likely to travel as far as 250 kilometers. The photo here is from an article from BBC, which was taken in the state of Punjab. The smoke travels all the way to Delhi, adding to the national capital's toxic haze. It's not just Delhi that suffers, but also stubble burning has created a massive public health crisis. Its fumes pollute swaths of northern India and endanger the health of millions of people. According to some estimates, farmers in northern India burn close to about 23 million tons of paddy stubble every single year. Next slide, please. Every year, we consume close to about 8 million hectares of land is deforested for the purpose of creating wood fiber materials. And paper and packaging materials. And at the same time, for curating single-use plastic packaging materials, we can use close to about 380 million tons, of which only 9% gets recycled, 12% of which gets incinerated, and the rest 79% is accumulated in landfill. That's the problem we are trying to showcase. Next slide, please. Tom Crowther, one of the researchers at ETH Zurich, from his study clearly shows that forest reforestation is the best climate change solution available today. Next slide, please. This is agricultural waste. This is exactly how the waste of sugarcane looks like. This is generated after sugar mills have extracted the cane juice, which is used for making sugar, and the leftover fibers are called bagasse. At NVOPAP, we utilized 4 main agricultural waste types: the waste of sugarcane, which is bagasse, what you see on your screen right now, the waste of wheat, the waste of rice, and the waste of sarkanda. These 4 crops, the waste of this, makes our blend for our revolutionary materials. So let's find out, how do we do the process of converting agricultural waste produce into variety of products for the food packaging sector, for the e-commerce packaging sector, for the publishing, and the hot and cold food packaging. Next slide, please. So India produces close to about 370 million tons of agricultural waste every single year, of which majority of it is burnt or then dumped. This is a huge cause of concern of waste management in India. So here is where NVOPAP plays a huge role. We work with farmers, sugar mills, wheat mills, rice mills, contractors to buy these agricultural waste fibers from them. We convert this waste into pulp. This pulp is then pressed and dried into making finished materials. We utilize the same infrastructure of what wood fiber paper companies have been utilizing. Our pulp is pressed and dried on the same infrastructure of paper machines, which helps us in making materials which get easily integrated into a plug-and-play model into the current infrastructure of paper and packaging and plastic manufacturing industry. After the materials have been utilized, they get recycled, biodegrade, or compostable. That's how we close our loop. Next slide, please. Here are just some of the products we have worked with our clients across the world in making materials which have been predominantly made using plastic or wood fiber materials. We have created these using agricultural waste. Our philosophy is very simple. Don't waste waste. Next slide, please. In doing so, we found out that using agricultural waste fibers for traditional products have a lower carbon footprint as well. An LCA conducted by Intertech proved that using agricultural waste materials compared to wood fiber materials have a 38% lower carbon footprint compared to print materials, and a 28% lower carbon footprint compared to traditional conventional packaging. Not just that, our materials, our food packing materials, have been certified by US FDA for direct food contact and the German BFR Council. And in doing so, our materials get recycled into making new paper, are compostable at home and industrial, are biodegradable, and most important of all, they're marine degradable as well, making sure that we are not affecting any ocean life. I would like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to tell you how we are converting the agricultural waste in India in curating revolutionary and disruptive solutions for sustainable packaging. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Kaushal. I would like now to introduce our next speaker, who is Nyumaka Agbona. She is a member of she's a British Council member, but I think she can tell us more about her story as a youth activist. Welcome, Nyumaka.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. It's a delight to be here today at this summit. I want to commend Y7 delegates this year for the comprehensive communique which they have developed, addressing some of the relevant issues at the time in the world today. I think some of the proposals would go a long way in ensuring that our world is more resilient. I think I would just like to use this opportunity to highlight one of the most critical issues in the world today, which is the acceleration of the COVID-19 vaccines and the role that young people can play in this process. I mean, as we all know, this coronavirus pandemic has had disastrous effects across the world. In Africa, for instance, this is the first time the continent is experiencing an economic recession in 25 years. and a lot of countries are struggling to recover. And this is further undermined by the fact that there's been huge inequalities in the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. So in rich countries such as the UK and the US, at least about 50% of the population has received one dose, compared to poor countries that have received about 0.3% of all vaccines produced globally. And that's would undermine any efforts they are making to recover their economies. And young people have a role to play in putting pressure on leaders within their countries, especially in countries within the EU and in America, to stop hoarding vaccines, to export and to share with other people. I think one of the recent examples last week, for instance, US President Joe Biden announced that he was going to support calls to waive intellectual property protections for COVID vaccines. And that was a huge step. And a lot of young activist groups were involved in demands for people's vaccine. So I think that's a tangible example of a role young people can play. However, these intellectual property waivers have to be approved at the WTO, and a lot of European leaders, some G7 leaders, have not shown an enthusiasm to support the calls for intellectual property right waivers for these vaccines. And I think young people in these countries can put pressure on their leaders to support these calls at the WTO level, right? This is it's a moral responsibility, because the reality is that even if countries in the West achieve great success in vaccination, it makes no sense to them if the rest of the world is still left behind, because the pandemic would not be eradicated. And so there's a role for young leaders to put pressure on their leaders to support the calls for these waivers at the WTO level. And that will go a long way in increasing the acceleration of COVID vaccine manufacturing. And beyond that, I mean, removing the intellectual property rights is one step, but then there's a question of the technical know-how and the skills that manufacturing companies in developing countries need to actually manufacture these vaccines. And again, that's another role for young people to encourage, to support their governments, to encourage companies, so companies such as Moderna, Pfizer, and the rest of them, even AstraZeneca, the sponsor of this event, to be willing to share, I guess, the recipe, the technical know-how with manufacturers in developing countries that might not have these capabilities. And there's a role for government to provide these companies with incentives that will encourage them to share this technical know-how. It's going to be a long term, it's not easy, but I think if there's anything we've learned is the fact that, consistent pressure has the potential to deliver results when making demands. So I think that's pretty much the point I wanted to make, because I think this is a critical moment. The goal, I guess the goal for humanity at this time is to ensure that no one is left behind, because a global pandemic, we all need to recover at the same time for the pandemic to be declared over. It makes no sense if you're fully vaccinated, but countries around you are still struggling to get vaccination rates up. And I think that there's a role for young leaders, especially those resident in more advanced countries, to demand more for their leaders, not just to support these intellectual property rights and technical know-how, but to also stop hoarding vaccines and share, and let them be more generous. This is not the time for nationalistic or protectionist tendencies. We need global collaboration and cooperation to bring these pandemic to an end and to ensure global economic recovery. I hope that some of the delegates would reflect on ways that they can make this happen. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Amaka. That was excellent and super insightful on the role that young people can play to challenge governments and to deliver real world change. I'm delighted to introduce our next panel speaker, Anjali Karir from Send My Friend to School. Anjali, please tell me more about your experience as a youth activist.
Good afternoon. My name is Anjali Karir. I'm a 16-year-old campaign champion and youth activist. I campaign for education, making sure it's accessible to every child globally around the world. Many politicians will have you believe that we are a disconnected and disinterested age group who aren't educated enough to speak up about matters regarding education and important decisions that affect us. But this could not be further from the truth. I have been a youth activist campaigning for education with Send My Friend for the last 2 years, and I have been exposed to the harsh reality that many young children across the world face, and seeing firsthand how the youth voice can really change such dire situations and how we have big impacts on people's lives. But why is youth voice so important? Why is it so crucial in today's society that youth speak up and have a voice on these issues? We are just as educated and knowledgeable as any senior member making decisions and judgments. But most importantly, our perspective provides a new view. We draw different opinions on important matters that require our input. But most importantly, we suggest improvements on the situation, how it individually affects us. But people may not see it, but our generation is engaged and most importantly, very relatable. We are the future. It is only right that we stand up and raise our voices on issues that will shape our lives. Being young does not make you incapable of campaigning. In fact, it helps us. We see that being young, I've learned how to reach out to new audiences on important issues. Globally, COVID-19 has left 1.6 billion children out of education, and globally this has had catastrophic effects and will be detrimental to our future and all the hard work done to bridge inequalities within society. Working with Send My Friend not only broadened my understanding about education, but its importance about how a country develops and progresses, but further connected me to other organizations such as Save the Children. Whilst campaigning with them, I spoke to foreign ministers and advocated for children's rights on education and reminded governments that it's their moral duty to care and not to forget about the most marginalized children in society. As a young person, campaigning during COVID was difficult, but as a young campaigner, I was able to adapt and I learned how to adjust to move things and use my social media to elevate my message and campaign. I gained the confidence to speak up to my local MP and to highlight issues that needed changing. Not only does this help my communication skills, but it helps me become an innovative thinker who uses their own initiative. Anyone can campaign at any age. As long as you are determined and truly passionate, you will be successful. We may not see it now, but our voices can make that change. One of my most recent campaigns that I've been working on with my youth peers has been how our education has been interrupted. We have been pushing for this £600 million pledge to directly help those countries that have been the hardest hit. But behind this crisis is a neglected generation who have missed out on the education and the opportunities that come alongside with it. Like most young advocates, we want to see change. We want to fight for what is right, and we want to stand up for what we believe in. I want to see a world where education is not interrupted and where every child has access to a good quality education, and to remind people that it's not a luxury to have an education, but it is a universal right, a basic universal right that is available to all. It takes a minority to stand up for what we believe in and to inflict real change. And I believe young people are the real driving force. Our voices need to be heard. You do not earn an education, we all deserve it. This pledge of 600 million is needed and is a promise heeded. I urge everyone to fight for what they believe in, and just like this, I urge this government to promise, to prioritize, and to push this pledge of 600 million. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anjali. Now I would like to welcome our next and last speaker, Naila Edari, who's joining us from New York, where it's quite early. So good morning, Naila, and now over to you.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right? I'm so happy to be here. My name is Naila Edari, and I'm the co-founder of Freedom March NYC. Freedom March NYC is a youth-led civil rights organization that was founded out of the height of the George Floyd protest movement here in New York City last May. It really came to be because two concerned citizens, myself and my co-founder, the day prior, May 30th, we saw New York police officers run their vehicles into protesters, and protesters were being held and not being given their rights in one police plaza downtown New York City. So we decided that we wanted to do something, we wanted to take a stand, and we wanted to have specific demands that the officers who ran their vehicles into protesters May 30th be arrested, and the protesters who were being held be released. It really started off with just two girls wanting to be outside. The march started at 8 p.m., went from 200 people to 1,000 people. We went from 2 people organizing to a whole youth-led civil rights organization, and people wanted more from us, where we continue to organize more marches, more visuals, and just be outside for whatever the community needs. Furthermore, Chelsea and I decided that if we're going to make an organization, what are we going to stand for? What is going to be our policy platform? So Freedom March NYC is fighting for a New York City youth public advocate, because we don't want youth to just be lobbying or be outside. We want to be at the table, and we also want to bring other youth with us at the table to directly make legislation, change things that aren't working for us, and have a voice. Secondly, we are fighting to reduce the number of police officers in classrooms, because we see that police in certain schools is a direct effect to the school to prison pipeline. We are also fighting to get the reallocation from police budgets to community programs such as mental health services, after school programs, and summer youth internships. We also are, which happened already, we're fighting to end qualified immunity in New York City. Qualified immunity in New York City, the bill has just been passed maybe about 2 months ago. So we're now working to do that in New York State. Although we are based in New York City, we have a network of youth organizers all around the US. As the prior speaker mentioned, it's very important that we connect and we amplify our voices and our message over social media. And because we've been able to do that, we've been able to build a coalition and meet other organizers who are like-minded and fighting for the same things in their city. Lastly, checking time check. The reason why we came to be and why we're still fighting is because we want to end police brutality, but we also understand that police brutality is a global issue. It's not limited to New York City. It's not limited to Chicago, to LA, to Ferguson, to Miami. It exists in London. It exists in Accra, Ghana. It exists globally, and anti-Blackness is globally. And we hope that by making these virtual connections and connecting with young people all over the world, that we'll be able to see this change in our lifetime. I don't want to see another name, and that's why I'm in this fight, because I want to see an end to police brutality.
Thank you, Naila. Now we'll move to the Q&A session with all of our previous speakers from the panel. And we have one question from Anna Saunders, who asks, how did you successfully get to people to listen to you? We understand that all the issues are very crucial, but how did you empower people to help you drive forward the change as a young person in your field? And I think maybe here we can start with Naila, because even though you've just spoken, but I think this issue seems relevant to you.
For me, one, just being a little bit fearless and just doing. So the march, if you look up Freedom March NYC, you see that we got a lot of press coverage, which was definitely unexpected. But it really started because my friend and I, we just wanted to do something and we wanted to go outside. We didn't see any information for any marches that day. So we decided, why not just do something? And so we just did something. And it continued to be a lot of somethings, a lot more marches and a lot more visuals. And I think also being able to meet more young people outside. I've made so many friends outside in the streets protesting who, it may have been their first time protesting last year, but now they also run organizations. They're also organizing more marches. And it just started with one day for them. They wanted to be outside and they wanted to do something. So I would say the first start is doing something. Don't be afraid of the turnout. There may be 1 or 2 people there, but the fact is that you did it and you went outside and you voiced and amplified whatever it is that you were fighting or are fighting for.
Thank you. And maybe to Anjali, because you seem to have a lot of impact in this area as you've started working with Sam, my friend. How did you get support that you needed to drive forward the change?
I feel like especially in this topic about education, I'm very passionate, and I feel like to anyone who wants to speak up and raise their voice, if you're passionate about a topic, then it will come easy to you, success will come. You have to believe in what you're saying, and like, especially because of COVID, like you physically can't like perform in front of audiences, you can't speak out. But I think it's just as valuable that you go on social media. I use my social media platforms to elevate my speeches. Working with Sam, my friend, they retweeted my tweets. And also when I worked with Save the Children, we performed similarly like this. I perform my speeches online over Zoom and different platforms. And I think being confident is the main thing. And you shouldn't be scared to say what you want to say, because our voice is just as important as anyone else's, and our opinions are just as valuable. Furthermore, using like your local community and your area to spread awareness as well. So we lobbied my MP, continuously keeping that communication to ensure that we are still talking and we're connected, so that he can further help us elevate our opinions and what we believe in.
Thank you. I would like now to ask one question that actually one of our viewers had, Lucy, and she asked, how can we reach out to any further than our own communities, and how can we actually make change to those who need it the most? And maybe here we can start with Numaka, and you can elaborate a little bit on that. I'm sorry, I think we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah, I think social media platforms have been very helpful in helping us to establish connections beyond our immediate environment. So I think that's a good place to start to connect with people that might be different from us or located in different geographical locations. And I think it's worth, I think one of the things we have learned, especially last year when there was a lot of protests, is the importance of collaboration, right? If you care about what's happening in another community that you might not be very familiar with, it's always helpful to reach out to local organizations and leaders working within that context and seeing ways you can materially support their work. Do not assume that you're more informed or you're more aware than what is going on in a country where you don't have any sort of strong ties to. It's always worth, sending an email to activist groups that are working. What are you doing? What challenges are you facing? What constraints do you have? And how can we support you? In that way, that's a form of humility, and it ensures that you're not too presumptuous, and you're not forcing your ideas and perspectives on other people. So I think that's a helpful way to foster collaboration and cooperation.
Thank you. And also building on that, we have a question to Kaushal specifically. How can your work be replicated further, and the changes that you've been doing to India maybe to be spread all around the globe? Because as we can see, some people are actually interested in maybe even copying your idea and developing it further.
Firstly, that's a great question. Thank you. So at EnvoPAP, we have a vision to start with India, because I come from India, and growing up, I have seen the waste myself. But that's not where we stop. We've started our collaboration in Africa, where we're working with a variety of companies in East Africa, where there's also wheat and sugarcane production, in Canada and Australia as well. So the solution we are creating is because we are passionate about solving the waste management crisis in India. But if there's anybody who would like to join hands and collaborate together to create such kind of materials across the globe, we are more than happy to collaborate. And yes, we say again to our philosophy, let's not waste all the waste which is generated from agriculture across the world.
Thank you. But maybe you can also overall mention how, for example, if someone has a local activity, how can they try to develop it? Maybe you can give some advice on how you have spread your organization, and what and where can people start?
So going back into 2015, that's when I moved to the UK to study business at Southampton University. And harnessing my family's experience in paper production, I set about testing a variety of waste products as a base for creating our packaging materials. We focus predominantly on bagasse, which is the waste of sugarcane. And this pulping requires a huge capital investment of machinery for converting waste into pulp. And this is something which I was very fortunate to have the support of my family. And once this product has stood up certain tests, it can be utilized across.
Thank you. Now I have another question. What advice you would give to young people who haven't been involved in activism or politism before, to those who feel like they want to do something, but they don't know where to start? And maybe here we can also start with Naila.
I know the first question I said, just start. And this one I'll say that if you're a little bit nervous, start with a friend. Maybe you have another friend who's like-minded, who's also concerned and wants to be outside with you, whether that issue is about environmental justice, police brutality, sexual assault, women's rights, education. Just start. And you can really start, if you don't want to start a public protest, maybe you could start a group of people who are talking about this issue, who are educating yourself more on this issue, you're researching together, and then your next steps can be taking it outside, but also understanding that everyone doesn't have to go outside. Even though I'm outside, protesting isn't the only way. So figuring out what really works for you, and it could be having that small group. It could even be starting a book club where you're educating yourself on the issue, or you just bringing it up to some friends after school. If you're not in school, just bringing it up to some friends that you hang around in general, like, hey, I'm really concerned about this issue in our neighborhood. Do you want to do something about it? Yes. Okay. Now, what do we want to do? Should we start by letting other people know that this is an issue here and we need to do something about them not coming to pick up trash in our neighborhood, and our neighborhood just happens to be a little bit more smellier and messier than the neighborhood 2 blocks down because we aren't as wealthy as the neighborhood over there. So I just think really starting, and you're like, what is starting? Which is communicating, talking with others, community building within your community, within your friend group, within your community, and that then leads on to outside your community, which you can do that by social media, using hashtags to reach more people, and really understanding that if you're passionate about this, it doesn't care whether you have one person in your support group or 1,000. Just know that because you are passionate, that all that matters, and the help and the support will come however long it takes. But if you're doing the work, that's all that matters.
Thank you very much for this. So apart from having people who are your peers or your friends, I think I would have this question to Anjali, because you started very young. And did you have any mentor or someone who helped you proceed, or was it just you maybe and someone from your surrounding?
So I started working alongside as a youth activist with my friend when I was 15, and I found it very helpful because everyone is very supportive and it's like a very tight-knit group. And I did have a mentor, and they all helped me sort of progress and like push what I believe in. And it's having that mentor that you can go to and ask for advice and support and show them your work and ask them where you can edit and improve, where you want to go through, like how you want to improve your speeches, for example. So if I was writing up a blog, I would send it to them and ask them, where should I edit? Am I pushing for something? Or should I add a statistic? And I think having that mentor, someone to lean on and guide you, is so helpful, because when you're trying to present your ideas, you may not know where you need to improve. So having another person to help you really gives you a different insight and perspective and different view and opinion on what you're trying to say.
Thanks. And maybe just on that, do you have any advice on how to find a good mentor?
I think finding a good mentor, you need to find someone who's passionate as well in the same sort of field that you're in. So if you're passionate about education, if you're passionate about women's rights, find someone who's interested in that area as well. And because that way you can both work together and support each other in that same field.
Thank you. Now, actually, Maurizio Karim would like to ask his question. So Maurizio, if you can go on with your question.
So a lot of what all of you have said is really inspirational. And one of the things that I'm kind of interested in is we've talked about the pressures. How did you kind of get about the pressures? What pressures did you face? And more specifically, I guess, do you guys have anyone that you look up to, someone that was there by your side that kind of through the hard times made you want to keep going and made you want to keep pushing that change?
Thanks, Maurizio. So maybe now we can just go around. Maybe each of you can answer this question, starting with Nyala.
Back to me. I would say Tamika Mallory. She, if you look her up, she is an activist. She was also co-founder of the Women's March. And prior to that, she was with the National Action Network. And there was a time maybe in 2015 or 2016 where I stopped protesting because it was a little bit mentally draining, not getting the results that I wanted, and got very depressing. And I look up to her because throughout this time, she's still been fighting, and people don't understand that this can take a toll on your mental health. And it is important to take care of yourself. And I'm sure she's been taking care of herself, but the fact that she's always outside and she's always there and willing to help has been very inspirational. And I look up to her I know her, but I look up to her from the outside. And like, if she can keep going, it encourages me to keep going.
Thanks. And Kaushal, maybe you can tell us more about the pressures you find and the problems you encountered.
Sure. So we work in goods sector, and because we are a physical goods sector, we are always compared with our material to plastic materials, which is one of the most best innovations we as mankind have done, because it's the most flexible material and we can use it everywhere we want. But it does not have greater environmental impact, and that's why we should stop using it. And here is where we have always faced the biggest issue, is convincing our customers to move to more sustainable products. Even though there's great motivation from brands, from consumers, but still we like to talk about taking sustainable action. But when it really comes to making the change, it's a very difficult one. And that has been always one of the biggest challenges in convincing our customers, our governments, policymakers, that yes, we need to embrace innovation in agricultural waste sector. We need to embrace innovation in the material segment. And how do we go about it is through clear messaging. And that's something which we faced in the earlier part, but now which we are in a much better position. And to do with that is finance, because we are such a capital expenditure business and sector. We need huge amount of capital for furthering research and creating new materials. And that was one of the biggest challenges starting the business, is to raise money. And that was one thing which never say no. If one investor says no, it's not the end of the world, because there are thousands of people who are like-minded like yourselves. There's always money on the table, and you just have to go and grab it. That is one of the biggest challenges as a green tech business entrepreneur I have faced in my life.
Thank you. And also, Nyumaka, what are the obstacles you encountered? And maybe you can tell us a little bit about the obstacles you see, especially for young people trying to advocate for more COVID-19 vaccines to be more equitable.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's good to have, people to look up to, role models, people that have done like really great things. But let's not also forget those that are around us, our immediate community. Oftentimes when you're under a lot of pressure in the process of making change, it's easy to be discouraged by negative people. But then once you have friends or families or people within your network that are encouraging you, it's good to draw on their strength and focus on that, especially when you're convinced that what you're doing is right. So community is essential, and it's good to carry community along. And remembering also that change is often a long-term process, it might not happen immediately. And then finally, I think for young people campaigning for vaccine equity, I mean, it's just, I think my advice would just be to be tenacious, to be consistent. There'll be resistance. There are lots of people that stands to benefit from the status quo and will not be enthusiastic of this objective and might try to undermine, but then just keep focused on the long-term objective.
Thank you. And last, we actually have a question from Janice. Maybe you can ask your question.
I'm Yanis from International Young Nature Friends, and I want to ask you all what can be done for as young people to get the same impact of as big business have, and how do you think working with big business as young people must be done?
Thank you, and maybe Anjali can answer this question.
I think young people, again, it's all about your passion and your confidence. You can start out small and then you expand your ideas. So I would say that as a young person who's starting out, your passion is what's going to drive your cause and your campaign. So if when you have your idea, share it around with people that are like local people. So again, I would suggest going lobbying your MP, talking to them, connecting with them, because these people have connections. Your MP will connect you to a different organization or a different business, and that way you sort of broaden your horizon. You start talking to bigger corporations. For example, when I spoke to my MP, he helped me get in touch with other people, and when I worked with my friend, they got me in touch with Save the Children. And similarly like this, I'm now talking at a Y7 event. So it helped. So the more people you talk to, the more people you'll get to know, and then in this way that you'll be able to connect and get to know different people.
Thank you, Anjali, and thank you all for being here today with us. Our time for today for this panel has run out, and thank you again for being here. And now we'll transfer it over back to Sophie, who's going to introduce the next sessions.
Thank you so much to all of our panelist speakers there. I took loads of notes throughout that entire session, and one of the things that I definitely took away was just get started. If you want to be a youth activist, just get started, get out there. The second thing that I took away was find a community, whether that's a mentor who is a source of inspiration or a source of advice as a youth activist. And finally, look after yourself. It can be exhausting fighting for change, and make sure you're kind of looking after yourself. So thank you so much to all of our panelists. You were absolutely brilliant. We are now going to go into a 10-minute break, and we'll be coming back at 1:05 to talk about, to start up our roundtables on how to drive change forward as a young person. So I'll see you back here in just under 10 minutes. Bye. Welcome back from the break, everyone. I hope you really enjoyed that panel session on how to deliver change as a young person from our fab panelist of youth activists from all over the world, including from New York, where it was very early morning. We're now going to move on to a section where we'll be having roundtables on how you, as our audience, and our delegates and Youth Forum members can drive forward change as a young person. So to introduce this session, I'm delighted to hand over to Mohammed Hadi Osman, who is going to talk a little bit more about the Youth Forum's role and how they've experienced driving forward change as a young person, and lead you into our roundtables. Over to you, Mo.
Thank you, Sophie. Hello and welcome, everyone. My name is Mohammed, and this year I've had the pleasure to be a part of the Climate and the Environment track of the Y7 2021 Youth Forum. This year's Youth Forum, the first of its kind, is a board of 20 young people across 4 different policy tracks, all who bring vastly different lived experience and fresh ideas to the Y7. Our role this year has been to be a youth advocate to the Y7 delegates, ensuring that all their policy recommendations have had young people at the centre of it. The 4 policy tracks are climate and the environment, digital and technology, economy, and health. This year, alongside all our advocacy work and involvement in running the Y7 focus groups, the Youth Forum have also created the Letter to the Delegates, a document addressed to all the Y7 delegates that have captured the priorities and recommendations of all the members of the Youth Forum, giving the Youth Forum a direct input into the policy decisions and discussions being held. The members of the Youth Forum are vastly different, coming from different regions in the UK and different walks of life, just like many of you. For example, we have Blessing Madageri, a teacher from Leeds in the UK. He has helped drive change by advising all the Y7 delegates on the barriers faced by young people in regards to digital and technology, and has been recommending policies that equip young people with the digital skills to fully engage online. Another example we have is Naomi Lee, a youth volunteering officer from Cardiff. She has driven change by sharing her personal experience of growing up in poverty with the Y7 delegates in the economy track to ensure that tackling the rising levels of child poverty has been a priority in all their recommendations. We also have Martina Glader, a medical doctor who has helped drive change by using her knowledge, experience, and education to educate and spread health awareness in urban parts of Sudan. And finally, we have Richard from the health track. He has helped drive change by enabling St. John's Ambulance Cadets to complete their Duke of Edinburgh Awards, a prestigious youth award program with volunteering at the heart of its purpose. And he's also supported his local community by volunteering in hospitals and vaccine centres. Evidently, each member has brought a breadth of different knowledge and insight into the process, helping to make the summit the success that it is. It is the diversity of these backgrounds that has brought the real life stories to the table, informing the delegates of topics they might not have thought of otherwise. Also involved for the first time in the Y7 process this year has been the At the Table ambassadors. The At the Table ambassadors have hosted small groups of conversations with young people aged from 17 to 30 from all across the UK, gathering feedback on their main areas of concerns and ideas for solutions within our 4 policy tracks. They've collated this feedback to report back to the Future Leaders Network to contribute to a report for the Y7. I am personally quite proud of everything that we have accomplished, and I'm going to now pass over to Kate, who's going to give us an overview of her part of the Y7 in the Youth Forum and the things that she's passionate about. So over to you, Kate.
Hi, my name's Kate, and I am a Climate Youth Forum member. So I'm going to start off by telling you a little story that I consider to be my main driver for being part of the Y7 this year. My father had farmed beef and dairy since he was 16 years old on our small family farm in North Wales. Just before I was born, a disease meant his entire herd had to be killed and burnt. With years of not making much profit, it was this that meant he quit farming for good. And unfortunately, this trend has not stopped. My cousins who are taking over their own farms are struggling with thousands of pounds worth of debt just to try and make their farming more efficient and in line with sustainability policies, meaning that they are entitled to grants that are a lifesaver for many. When talking to all of them, it is worrying how we can all agree on one thing. It's hard to farm, and it's even harder to farm right. I've seen firsthand how changing weather patterns means crops we used to be able to grow easy are struggling. Unfortunately, Mother Nature isn't being the provider she used to be. When I first started the process, I felt that agriculture wasn't really spoken about much. I put the topic forward in the initial stages of brainstorming, and eventually it was adopted more and more. When the Youth Forum did our presentations and decided to create our letter to the delegates, I spoke about how we can fix the perception people have with farming and countryside life, as how can we expect people and Parliament to care when they are disassociated from what we farmers know so well. When I saw that the 2 delegates had included recommendations for the promotion of sustainable agriculture, I really couldn't quite believe it, and I remember running downstairs to tell my dad. However, sometimes I didn't feel like they fully represented what I felt. One said about youth employment, but I believe that the key to solving this was to make sustainable agriculture profitable, rather than farmers having to choose unsustainable practices because their produce is poorly paid for. Think of this: milk is often cheaper than bottled water. This would solve the problem my cousins have, as only 2 in the 9 of my family have continued to farm. Make it profitable and make farming easy to farm the right way, and youth employment will soar. I know this because I would leave my job and start farming if these factors were guaranteed to me. When negotiations started, the Youth Forum were not allowed to speak, as we weren't allowed to vote in the process. That was the delegates' job. However, I was invited to speak, and knowing that the delegates did value my lived experience meant it reaffirmed my belief that people will listen. When it came to the final wording of the policies you now see in the communique, I challenged the wording of promotion of climate smart agriculture, and I recommended it making a legal requirement with individual targets for farms based on their financial status and size. The American delegate then mentioned community-supported agriculture, which I had no knowledge of. But since reading up on the concept, I believe that it was on the right track. After my comments were taken on board, I remember showing my dad the final statement that the delegates had made, and I really felt this sense of huge achievement because I had driven forward change and I had been a small part of a really big puzzle. I've learned from this process that people will listen to a story. Sometimes a policy or recommendation may fail for no fault of its own, but it's the individual story that grasps a listener's attention. Many of the big names today are not the ones that have come from a policy background. Take the wonderful David Attenborough, a man of passion for his topic, who has managed to influence many with the art of storytelling. If you take anything away from my story today, let it be that. Tell your story, and you might just make an impact you didn't expect. And I will now hand back over to Mohammed.
You'll all be split up into different breakout rooms. There will be a total of 2 5-minute sessions. The focus of session 1 will be highlighting and celebrating previous engagement experience. And the focus of session 2 will be to focus on actions that we can take forward from this summit and the communique. The sessions will be facilitated by either members of the Youth Forum or the Y7 Task Force, or some of our at-the-table ambassadors. During these sessions, please ensure that your microphone is muted unless you are called upon, and please put your cameras on if you feel comfortable doing so. You'll see a countdown on the screen when the first session is coming to a close, and you'll be randomly shuffled into a second group. If you have any questions during these sessions, please feel free to call upon the facilitators. Thank you for your attention, and I'll see some of you in the breakout session. Can you please all now leave the session and join the next session of your digital agenda?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am delighted to now be introducing a panel discussion with some of our delegates to talk about how they have experienced driving forward change as a young person. So today with us, I'm really delighted to introduce Dominic Jones from the UK, Rigael Eric Andriana from France, Carla Anid Guillaume from Canada, Erica Dupuis from Canada, and Ben Goodrich from the US. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. Great to have you here. So the purpose of this session really is to hear from you guys as delegates about how you have driven forward change. And you know, we're really curious to hear about a couple of things. First is like experience that has brought you here to date. You know, what were the experiences that led to you becoming a delegate that give great examples of how you have driven forward change as a young person, but also maybe some of your reflections about how you will drive forward change as a young person from the Y7. And to kick us off with some opening remarks and reflections, I'd like to hand over to Dominic from the UK to share your thoughts, Dominic, on driving forward change as a young person.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for the warm welcome. It's truly a great privilege to be speaking here today, and I really do appreciate this opportunity to talk to you about my experiences and how we can all create positive change as young people. So my name is Dominic Jones, and I am the UK Economy Delegate to the Y7 this year. And I have the amazing privilege of representing the views and concerns of young people from my country and ensuring that G7 leaders and decision makers listen and hopefully take action. Any one of you can be a change maker, especially if you consider the what, the why, and the how of problems and solutions at hand. So considering these allows you to understand your vision, understand the purpose, and allow for best impact. As you saw in our communique, we aim to ensure that our policy recommendations had the biggest impact for young people. Hopefully, after this session, you will feel ready to make that difference yourself. For me, my youth voice journey started back in 2015 when I decided to run for my local youth council. Whilst this seems like a lifetime ago, it only feels like yesterday. When I was handing out leaflets, I was standing at the front of the assemblies, and I was asking for votes. As a young 14-year-old, I had no idea what I would go on to do, especially not speaking today. Especially not being here today. But I was beginning to understand how powerful my voice was. Once elected, I was heavily involved with consultations and campaigns. And I worked closely with council officials, youth workers, and elected politicians. Through this, I was able to listen to the concerns of young people and advocate on their behalf. This is something that's been crucial throughout the Y7 process and something that we as young leaders must remain true to. It was through this that I came into contact with other inspiring young people like you guys who are here today, all eager to have a voice and make change. These young people came from a variety of backgrounds and experiences and held various views and opinions. What was most inspiring was that our aim was all the same. We all wanted the best for young people. It is this vision that powered me through any tough discussions or any boring moments. We must remain true to this at all times. Whilst it may seem obvious, the vision is what we need to explain to people to make them listen. If decision makers don't know what we are there for, then why should they listen? This was particularly true when I served as member of UK Youth Parliament from 2018 to 2019. To support our work, we ran a yearly survey for young people aged 11 to 18 across the UK called Make Your Mark, where the young people decided the most important issues they faced. In 2018, we had over 1 million votes, allowing participants to have their say on a scale never seen before. This allowed our campaigns to be legitimate, as young people were expressing their opinions in their droves. It is this legitimacy that gets decision makers to open their ears and start the conversation with young people. Whilst we cannot all consult 1 million young people, gaining legitimacy is an important first step in ensuring progress on your issue of concern. and hopefully making a positive impact. When campaigning on issues, it's important to understand the context behind the problems. For example, why do people not get the bus? Or why is that air so polluted? Once you understand the reasons for these problems, you can start to ask the difficult questions that are required to change and solve these issues. Whilst young people are not experts, this knowledge can often surprise those who overlook the voice of young people. Going to a meeting, a protest, or an event where you have the specific problems laid out and specific asks in response is much more impactful than simply ranting and complaining about everything under the sun. With these, you can raise the voice of young people in a way that makes a difference and improves our world. With commitment, belief, and patience, your campaign should gain momentum. It will accelerate even more if you take people with you, both young people and influencers. Promoting your cause and getting support enables that voice to be heard far and wide, and hopefully generate the changes you want to see. In summary, anyone can be a change maker, especially if you consider the what, the why, and the how of the problems, but especially these solutions. You can then effectively make the case to decision makers and push for your cause through hard work and pressure. This may be hard going and take time, but as we've seen with the Y7, there are influential people who want to listen to young people. It is that voice that we all have, and every single one of us can use that to make a positive difference to the world, both now and for future generations. I urge you all to utilise that voice to become change makers yourselves. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for this incredible speaking, Dominic Jones, and I'm a little bit scared to go right after you, but I try to do it. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sophie, and thanks to the Future Leaders Network. It's really a quite big pleasure to be among these fantastic panelists and to talk about, for my part, my little experiences. So, long story short about me, I'm Ricard Ericandriana, one of the French delegates in the health track. So, I lived during 17 years in Réunion Island, and after a baccalaureate in economics and social sciences, I directly flew to Paris in order to integrate a double degree in philosophy and political sciences. So, about me, I'm a big fan of sports. I love music, love playing instruments, and I always dreamed to be a tennis or table tennis pro player or professional jazz pianist. But as you see, the journey is not as you always think. And that is my first point, to always take the opportunities that comes to you, I would say, with all of your heart. My first experience was about volunteering to a local association in Madagascar because I'm French and also Madagascarian. And this association named NRJ is based in Madagascar where they have the duty to help homeless young childs, young boys, young girls to be integrated in this society. So one of the first points I would really emphasize is to not trying to primarily resolve the entire world problems, because it's at the first glance, it's really appealing to, I would say, fixed, for example, the youth unemployment all around the world or things like that. But the engagement thing, I would really think is at first keeping in touch with the basics of your involvement. And what are the basics of the involvement? At least for me, it's people. It's a philanthropic engagement, and it's helping people that you see are struggling to have the same opportunities as you. Then the second point about doing firstly only local experiences is to have this experience, to then take it at an international or global scale, I would say. And finally, it's also a really helpful experience to invest your energy in a local, for example, association or organization, because it's where you can really sense the urge to act. It's where you can really see what are the problems, because you are with these people and you are seeing what are the problems that they are facing. So then, after this later experience I had in Réunion Island and Madagascar, I flew directly in Paris, and I volunteered to be an ambassador in my college, university, in order to talk about my choices, my studies, my path, my journey. So the second point I would like to emphasize is that it's not you that choose the engagement, but it's the engagement that chooses you. And what is behind that? It's, at first, you can think that just talking about your studies choices is not as seductive as, for example, fixing the youth unemployment in Arabia Saudi or things like that, which can be really, really interesting and really good. But what is behind that is that you need, and I really think that you need to act upon the thing that really drives you, that you are facing every day. Because one of the problems that I saw is, for example, people that want to change things, want to engage, and take example on people with international and really incredible careers, which is not a bad thing. But at the end, when these people do the summary of why am I doing that, they are always like, in fact, it wasn't maybe my path. In fact, I was just taking examples. So really, it's not you that need to choose an engagement in order to, for example, have a really appealing career or something like that. The main thing is to use your feelings and use what you think, and finally engage in what you think really needs to be done. And finally, my last experience, which is the Y7, helped me a lot in this long journey, because right now I'm only 19 and I don't really have the same experiences as some really incredible panelists, for example, I see with me, or that talked just a bit just before me. So this third and last point is to always not underestimate what are you involving in and what are you doing. I will take two examples. For example, the Y7, which is an international and incredible experience, can be used in many ways. We had the opportunity to work with big global leaders, to work in cooperation, to work with people that are already driving changes. But next to that, I always, not always, but next to that, me personally, I'm also really interested and really engaged in, for example, video games. So the point here is to not underestimate what are you doing. For example, video games, what can be used in order to be engaged? In a video games, you're so dedicated, it's your due to finish a game. But why? Because of the performance, because of the pleasure to play with your comrades, or because of the pleasure to see that you are among the top 15% of the best players in Candy Crush? So then the idea here is to use these feelings of all of your experiences and then try to use them in what you want to change and in what you want to engage, because it's your personality and I would think it's your force. Thank you.
I am very happy to be here and very happy to hear the stories and experiences of my fellow panelists. So my name is Carla Guillaume, and I am the Canadian Delegate for Climate and the Environment track. And I will take the next few minutes to talk about my journey to becoming a Y7 delegate and why I believe young people should drive forward change. So a little bit about me. I am the children of Haitian immigrants who left their beautiful Caribbean island in the 1990s because they were fleeing the dictatorship here. And I am joining you today from sunny Port-au-Prince, Haiti, hence all the sunshine, and where I am currently working, although I was born and raised in Quebec, Canada. And before I go any further, I want to take some time to acknowledge the land on which I spent most of my life, the city of Montreal, which is located on the unceded Indigenous lands of the Kanien'kehá:ka people. So this multicultural and vibrant city really made me who I am today, and it is one of the main reasons why I am a youth advocate. Although I had a very privileged upbringing, I did grow up seeing a lot of inequalities in my community, like lack of access to opportunities and services for people of color, gang violence, and excessive policing. And while I was witnessing all those issues in my community in Montreal, I was always also very attached to what was going on in my parents' country, Haiti, where there was a lot of political instability year after year, natural disasters that killed hundreds of thousands of people, poverty, and corruption. So growing up, I really felt like I was exposed to so many injustices and inequalities that I didn't really have a choice but to advocate for change. And that's why I often say that for a lot of young people like me, we don't have the privilege to not care. We don't really get to pick our fights to make our resume look impressive or to make our Instagram feed look good. It's really the fight that picks us. And many young people, especially from marginalized communities, don't really have another choice but to become activists and ask to change the status quo. So this is the main reason why I joined the Y7. One thing that really shook me growing up was to realize that international decision-making is not just some random thing that white middle-aged diplomats engage in with no consequences on our daily lives. Our world is changing, and a lot of important changes are being discussed in multilateral forums like the G7. And unfortunately, there isn't a lot of diversity in those spaces. So looking at the G7, I was always asking myself, how are we going to end inequalities and make sure that we come up with inclusive policies if people who look like me don't get the chance to share their lived experiences and advocate for things that really matter to them? So the reality is that many people in our countries, especially those who are marginalized, are just busy feeding their families and trying to get to the next day. And being a youth advocate is definitely a privilege. And if you are a young person who gets the opportunity to speak up for those who can't, well, you have to do it. And youth advocacy on the international level is also about democratizing power, asking for more inclusion and making sure that our concerns and priorities are heard at the highest levels of decision making. But it's also a tough job because you need to consistently engage with people. You can't afford to be comfortable, and you need to go out of your way to make spaces like the Y7 even more welcoming for those who will come after you. So the face of G7 countries is changing, and as youth advocates, I want to challenge, as a youth advocate, I want to challenge my peers to keep that in mind and ask themselves if what they are advocating for really reflect that change. As a Canadian delegate for climate and the environment, I'm really proud of the communique that we were able to draft because I think it really includes strong language that clearly signal that we don't want to just build back better and find trendy solutions that look good on paper and benefit a small number of people. As a Canadian, I want to make sure that my country leads the way in climate action. But because inclusion is so important for me, I also want Canada to mobilize its G7 partners to build structures that support less developed countries and communities within our own countries and make sure that we level the playing field for those communities to engage them in the fight against climate change and make sure that this fight is equitable and fair for everyone's societies and economies. So to conclude, I have to say that if you are a young person who doesn't recognize yourself in the policies that are being adopted by your leaders, the simple fact of voicing your opinion in consultations, surveys, and social media is a way to drive forward change. So my tip for all young people is to not be afraid of entering spaces where you think you don't belong, and you have to advocate for what is right. Because the simple fact of having lived through this means that your voice is valid. International decision-making also belongs to the youth, no matter your background, and I think it's one of the best ways to make sure that our global village is on the right track. So thank you. I'll now open the floor to my amazing Canadian co-delegate, Erika Dupuy.
Thank you so much, Carla. I don't know how I'm going to follow that. That was brilliant. But thank you so much, everyone. I'm very privileged and humbled to be here today, and delighted to share a bit more about some tangible and concrete takeaways on how to affect change as a young person. But before I do that, I would like to note that I am situated upon the traditional and unceded lands and the unsurrendered lands of the Mississaugas-Squeagock Island. As a settler, I recognize that land acknowledgements are not merely enough to ensure the truth part of truth and reconciliation, but to share my positionality and where I'm currently situated on the land. I share that to encourage other folks, whether they are on occupied land, whether they are settlers, to reflect and acknowledge the land in which they live, work, and play on. There's a great resource I'd like to shout out quickly. It's actually called native-land.ca, which provides information on various nations and communities across Turtle Island, which is currently known as North America. So feel free to check that out. So I mentioned today, I'd just like to share a few takeaways to consider for folks who are more so at the earlier stage of advocacy. These are some takeaways that I wish I had knew or known prior to getting more involved in organizing efforts. So it's really great to be here. I'm ecstatic to be speaking, but some background about myself. I don't come from a policy-based background. I'm actually a practicing social worker in a town just outside of Toronto, or currently known as Toronto in Canada. I predominantly organize in the fields of harm reduction, substance use, food justice, food security, and sexual and reproductive health. That being said, I didn't just end up organizing in these spaces by falling into them, which leads me to the first thing I'd like to share. Start local. Whatever you're passionate about, whatever builds a fire inside of you, start local. Find out what's going on in your community. I can't tell you how many times I've seen young people really early in advocacy starting their own nonprofits or organizations when they're already pre-existing organizations that have a history of the community they intend to serve. Find out who's already doing the work and amplify it. How can you join a nonprofit, a network, a coalition, and bring skills that you have? Are you good at writing? Do you enjoy social media? Do you like organizing events? Even if you feel like maybe none of these skills apply, there is something to be said about person power in order to build up an organization. I fell into harm reduction because I've lost loved ones to the drug war. I fell into food insecurity because it's something that I experienced growing up and studied in university. And I organize in sexual and reproductive health because it directly impacts me and my community. Find what you're passionate about and immerse yourself in it. But as well, if you have the privileges to do so, give back, whether through mutual aid or supporting other community members. One thing that I always carry with me is from an organizer in Toronto. Her name is Sarah Jama, and she's a disability justice organizer. She noted that it's not simply enough, though, to organize in the spaces that you are passionate about, because all struggles that are created or compounded by structural inequities are linked. So once you've found your place, your community, your area that you love to organize in, if you are a privileged identity, don't get comfortable. Reach out to local unions, connect with other grassroots organizations, whether it's labor, environment, food, violence, voting, anything. Reach out, learn, unlearn, and relearn, and make that commitment. And lastly, most importantly, I think my biggest takeaway, this is actually particular to white folks, is to recognize and acknowledge your place and how much space you take up. Being proactive and reflective of your identity and its nuances, and how in many ways you may or may not realize that you're taking up space. When you're thinking about applying for a leadership role or an opportunity, whatever the case may be, always be asking yourself, have you taken the time and the space for other folks? When taking on panel presentations or speaking opportunities, look at who's on the panel. If you see folks that look like you on the entire panel, that's not the space and the place for you to be taking part of. You shouldn't be complicit. It's not acceptable. You have to utilize your privileges to not advocate for, but with communities. We do not push the agenda by being complicit, but by centering and prioritizing spaces which foster equity and transformative leadership. So ultimately, my takeaways are find what you're passionate about and jump in to support existing organizations. Then branch out. And if you're in the position to do so, give back to the community. And lastly, always, always, always constantly reflect on your position and the spaces in which you occupy. So thanks so much. And I will pass it over to my colleague, Ben.
Great, thank you. And wow, it's going to be hard to follow up all of these incredible presentations. So I'll do my best to do everyone justice here. So my name is Ben Goodrich. I am the delegate to the health track for the United States. And I want to talk a little bit about sort of my background, how I got into advocacy and issue-based activism, as well as a few quick tips for someone who is struggling to find their space in activism and what they can do to help ground themselves as they look forward into their advocacy journey. So first of all, I do live and work in Washington, D.C. at a science advocacy nonprofit. I work in communications and policy and trying to promote the importance of science and how it affects policy, and specifically the social and behavioral sides of science and how it directly affects everyone in society. And I didn't really start out on my activism journey looking for this role. It kind of fell upon me, again, because I found that science was such an incredible part of how we can interact change, about how we can take research on what policies are going on and use that to improve the way that we think about science and society as a whole. I will also say that breaking into this space is incredibly difficult and can be daunting for someone who is young. And I think that is why I want to address how I got here. I come from Wisconsin in the middle of the United States. I am not from a particularly wealthy family. I had to break in my way into space. I had to juggle multiple internships and part-time jobs in order to make it into the Washington, D.C. policy area. And that takes time, and it can be a little intimidating for someone who is not familiar with the space. So I want to address the fact that in order to get here, it took a lot of determination, it took a lot of patience, and it took a lot of just, grinding it out. And sometimes that's kind of how you have to do it when you're trying to break into a space. I will also acknowledge the fact that I did have quite a bit of help along the way. I got involved in a nonprofit called Young Professionals in Foreign Policy, which is a US-based organization that helps build up the skills of young people, especially as it relates to their interest in foreign policy. And I was able to put time into volunteering for that organization. And currently I stand as the communications director for YPFP. So they were able to help me build confidence, help me find my voice, and honestly introduced me to the Y7. So I owed that organization quite a bit in helping me get to where I am today. I will say that if you do not have a specific direction when you're trying to get into advocacy, I know that a lot of people have strong opinions about many different issues. And if you don't know which way you want to go quite yet, I have 3 pieces of advice that I think anyone from anywhere in the world can take away. First, be informed. This kind of sounds simple, but it is incredibly important. If you want to be a voice for change in a specific issue, it's best that you do your best, do your homework, and learn about, again, who the main movers are in that space. Learn about the organizations that are doing incredible work in those spaces. Learn about what needs to be done, what policy changes need to happen, and whether it affects certain communities differently. So it's incredibly important to make sure that you are an expert in that issue as much as you can in order to break into that space. Second, just be involved. I think many other speakers today have touched on this a bit, But if you find an opportunity in which you can, be a participant and help enact change, just take it. There are plenty of issues in the world that need people working on it. There are plenty of nonprofits that do work on issues locally, nationally, and internationally. And if you find an issue that you've done some homework on and you feel like you want to make some change on it, go ahead and do it. And third, be introspective. And I think this one might be the most important. It's easy to get disheartened or impatient if you haven't been able to make an impact right away when you're starting out your advocacy journey. It's easy to compare yourself to people like Malala or Greta Thunberg because they have had such great impact at such a young age. Like, what am I doing? I'm 20 whatever, and I haven't been able to go to the United Nations and speak. It's crazy. It's okay. You can take your time, just as long as you always remember why you are here and remember what you are doing. Remember that you are passionate about these issues and that as a young person, you have a perspective that no one else can really offer. So it is important to just be introspective, take a deep breath, and understand that it will come. You will be able to make impact. Just take some determination and a little introspection. So thank you so much. I will pass it over to Sophie to close us out. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much to all of our speakers there. I really wish we had more time because I want to ask you so many questions actually about each of what you've just said. But if I can kind of draw out some really interesting points that I've heard across all of you. Dominic, I love what you said about kind of representing the needs of all young people and doing justice to the people that you represent. And I love the fact that you kind of recognize that was such a big part of what led you up until this point, but also your time as a Y7 delegate. And thank you for that. And I know that's the case for so many of our panelists here today. Rigael, I love the idea of understanding the context in which problems are placed, really understand the kind of the problems that people are struggling with and never underestimating what you were doing. Carla, I really enjoyed the kind of the honesty with which you spoke. And I have to admit, I was really empowered by your discussion of how, what it's like to come from an underrepresented or marginalized community and that, you don't pick those fights pick you. And, that's super empowering, but it's just incredible. And thank you for sharing that with us. And then finally, Erica, who I think gave the kind of the other side of the coin there about how everyone needs to recognize their privilege and not be complicit in further marginalizing or kind of driving away different groups of people. So I think that was excellent. And then finally, just to conclude, Ben, I think that was actually a really lovely point to end on, which was, everybody can take one step. And actually something that I heard across everyone's speeches was start local. Start with something that is small and get bigger. But Ben, it takes time. You're not going to be on the United Nations stage forever. On your first go. So I love that kind of reflection that don't be overwhelmed if you're not the next Greta Thunberg tomorrow, but you might be in 1 to 5 years time if you follow your passion. And it's really clear that all of you have passions. So I see we've got a little bit of extra time, so I'm going to ask one cheeky question to each of you in turn. And I'm going to say one small thing, which is if you had one word to give to a new activist, what would it be? And I'm going to go around each of you. Dominic, what one word would you say to a new activist at the start of their journey?
You're putting me on the spot. Pride.
Rigael.
Be proud in what you do, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I will take this some more seconds to find maybe an answer. So I would say to follow up with Ben's points, to be curious, but not only to be curious about what is around you, but also what is you, who are you, and so what is really driving you. So be curious about everything.
Lovely, thank you, Rigael. Carla, and I am going to have to keep you to one word, please.
I would say consistency.
Consistency, love it. Erica?
I would say humility.
Humility. And Ben?
I was just about to say humility. Erica,
Humility squared.
I cannot believe it.
Humility squared. Guys, pride, curiosity, consistency, humility squared. Thank you so much to our wonderful delegates for that session on driving forward change as a young person. That was absolutely spectacular. Thank you very much for your time. We're now going to go to a very short break and we're going to have our keynote session from Lord John Bird at 2:00. So thank you very much for joining us and see you there. And welcome back. Wow, what a jam-packed agenda we have here today on day 2 of the Y7 Summit. So far, we've heard from the Youth Activist panel and from our delegates and Youth Forum members on how to drive forward change as a young person. And now I'm really excited to be handing over to Marco Contesini from our Y7 Implementation Task Force to introduce our next esteemed guest. Marco, tell us more about who's up next to speak.
Thank you, Sophie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is really an honor to introduce our next guest. It is John, the Lord Bird MB. He was born into poverty and brought up in Kerala, and he's had a really interesting life journey. He's gone through spells as a prisoner, as an artist, as a printer, and he's now an activist, a publisher, and he's a crossbench member of the House of Lords. And Lord Bird is really the driving force behind the Big Issue Group, which is now the world's most successful street magazine, and it also has its own social investment arm. Lord Bird is a business leader with an outstanding record of using enterprise as a force for social change, and especially in dismantling the root causes of poverty. And in Parliament, he's focused on poverty prevention, literacy, and protecting the rights of future generations. And it really is an honor to introduce a man of such adversity who's gone from such an interesting background and has gone on to do so many great things to help others. So Lord Bird, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to speak this afternoon on what is a very, very important issue, which is the future. Unfortunately, most people in politics, and certainly in the Houses of Commons and the House of Lords, and in governments, put the future off to some future time. So therefore, you've got this really weird situation where virtually every government since the Second World War and even before in the United Kingdom has taken the future and said, okay, we'll deal with that at some later stage. That doesn't mean to say they haven't tried to do things like create the welfare state, the NHS, which obviously is brick building and creating for the future. But mainly when it comes to things like the environment, when it comes to the question of education, when it comes to the question of dismantling poverty, rather than making the poor comfortable, rather than helping the poor to get through the day, week, and the year in a bit more comfort than if they'd left them before. So what you've got is this kind of strange reality that we have, that if you look throughout the world, most of the laws that are passed, most of the legislation and most of the governments are dealing with the problems of the here and now. Now, as I said to an MP the other day in the north of England, who said to me, look, how can you, with your future generations bill, which is passing through the Lords and the Commons in the next session, how can you help my constituent who is immediately in a crisis? Your bill does nothing for them. And I said, well, you know, that's kind of interesting you say that. You know, if your predecessor in your job 20, 10, 30 years ago had addressed the problems which are now created for your constituent, then you wouldn't have all of these problems where you're running around like a blue rear end fly from the first thing in the morning to the last thing at night, trying to sort out the problems of today. So that, and she went, oh. I said, yeah. So what I'm saying to you, as well as dealing with the immediate problems, as well as living within the emergency that is carrying on, especially in this post-COVID time, we have to do something else. And that's what we have to do, is we have to preserve the future now. We have to start working on making the future by changing the way that we pass legislation, so that every act, every piece of legislation, whether it's done nationally, internationally, whether it's done locally, whether it's done through the community, whether it's done through the parish church or whatever, we have to make sure that we ask this major question. How is this legislation, how is this change going to affect future generations? How is it going to affect the unborn? How is it going to be in 10, 20, 50, 100 years' time. Now, to me, the reason why we need to do this, and the reason I came into the House of Lords, I volunteered to go into the House of Lords, which means that I filled in forms and then went, that no one asked me to go in. That's why I'm a crossbencher. I'm not appointed by any of the political parties. I'm appointed by a group of crossbench MPs who do not sit left, right, or centre. And it was really, really important for me because I went into the House of Lords to dismantle poverty, not to hold the poor's hand so that I could then stroke them like some kind of poor animal and say, oh, isn't it terrible being poor? Well, I said, no, I've come into Parliament to change and to destroy poverty, the poverty that I came up through, the poverty where I failed at school, the poverty where I was brought up by Catholic nuns in North London because the family fell to pieces. That kind of poverty I want to destroy. The problem was when I did get into Parliament, I realized that most of the MPs and most of the barons and baronesses were obsessed with the immediate crisis. And what they didn't realize was, hang on, this immediate crisis has been going on forever. You cannot say that what we are doing now with our politics is sustainable. So I went in, and then I found a very, very glorious example of what you might call forward thinking, preventative thinking, stopping problems happening in the hereafter that should have been sorted out now. And that was the Welsh bill, and then the Act of the Wellbeing of Future Generations, which I don't know if you know much about it, is the most supreme example of sensible, logical, thoughtful government imaginable. I cannot think of anything that you would do better than to try and follow the example of the Welsh Assembly, which in 2015 passed their Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. And over the past 5 or 6 years, they have made a number of changes. But most of all, the big thing that they have to change, which is almost immeasurable, is the way that people in local authorities, the way governments, the way business look at how do I do this? Do I build this building here next to a school? Do I chop down these trees? Do I cut this road? Do I do nothing other than let the spoilage of industry go on into these rivers? So what it means is that the Welsh Assembly and their act is in a way holding fast and saying we have to move forward and change the way that legislation is passed so that no legislation will come to bite us in the rear in 10, 20, 30 years' time. So we took the bill we took the example of Wales, and we my team in the House of Lords have put together our own bill. It went through, it was stopped last year because of the COVID, and it's now just passed through to and is a private member's bill. And astonishingly, this is astonishing for me, even though I'm a devout ex-Catholic, and I can't, I'm not a great believer in the hereafter, but the point is, the astonishing thing, of 100 bills, mine comes number one, and it's done by a lottery, so it's actually done by somebody putting their hand in and pulling it out and saying, oh, it's Lord Bird's bill. So that's a nice little aside, shall we say. So the bill will address the issues that we sit in Parliament. There are two things that you can notice about Parliament if you sit as often as I do and you look at the legislation. One thing is that about 75% of the time that the Parliament sits in both houses, they are trying to unravel the problems that have been caused by poverty, the collateral damage caused by poverty around the health service. We know the health service is dominated by the poor health of people because of low wages, because of low social opportunities, low education, and low material conditions. We know that the National Health Service is like that. We know, for instance, that we fail 37% of our children in school. And if you look at people, and I'm an ex-offender, I can tell you that I would put my hand up in the air and say, I am one of those thousands of people who left school with absolutely nothing to show for it. I learned to read and write in a boys' prison at the age of 16, and God bless the fact that there was a prison service to give me the education I needed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. But the point is, that is one of the big elements of the fact that we have 37% of our children have failed at school, can't get their levels or leave school, and are going to become the working poor or the long-term unemployed and have all of those problems. That is one of the big things about Parliament, and the Future Generations Bill will struggle to address that situation, as they are struggling to address that problem in Wales at this very moment. The other thing is the amount of time that is spent in Parliament trying to address the problems of bills and laws, the laws of unintended consequences, where they pass bills and they pass laws 10, 20, 30, 50 years ago, and they come to once again to overwhelm us. So what you do is a kind of spaghetti in Parliament, and that is kind of unraveling all of the bills that you've done, all of the laws that you've done that are now coming through, the laws of unintended consequences, to overwhelm the work that you're trying to do at the moment. So I am, in a sense, saying that what we have to do is revolutionize and make sustainable the way that we run our parliaments and we make decisions about what we do next. If we'd made many, many decisions, and I think the Black Lives Matter, the BLM is one of those examples. If we had ever been able to look at the kind of past that made up Great Britain, which then became the United Kingdom, we would not be having to now look and say, how did this happen? Those are the things that happen. If we look at, for instance, the Enclosure Acts of the 18th century, what did the Enclosure Acts did? It drove the peasantry out of the countryside because they enclosed the common lands. What did that lead to? It led to poverty and death, and it led to people dying in the workplace in the satanic mills of the Industrial Revolution, which then created an underclass of people, and many of those people are now still with us. We created big industries, incredibly big industries around coal and steel and iron and shipbuilding and heavy engineering. And then suddenly one day, Margaret Thatcher closed them all down. And what happened? We were left with millions of people without their livelihood and nothing to replace it. So those are the laws of unintended consequences. That is why we have a very big element of British society, which is on social security, because they have not been given the education and the social change. So I want to change all that. I want to change the way we deal with poverty. I cannot think of a better way of doing it than the bill that is number one now, waiting. The first reading is next week. And then we have to go through the process. We have to try and convince as many MPs and many House baronesses and barons to take up this bill and to run with it. But it is about bringing the future to today, not put the future off to another future, and not do it in a way that fulfills our real requirements, which is to address the problems of the planet, address the problems of education, and address the problems of poverty and work that goes with it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, and thanks for those very interesting perspective on how lawmaking can change and what's being done in Wales, and now that you're bringing it to the UK. I wanted to ask about your own past and how you mentioned that it was within one of the things you learned in prison. I was watching one of your webinars, and one of the things you learned in prison was to read and to print books. and that then meant you could go and print magazines. And I was wondering, how can we change? Well, I mean, one of the things that the Y7 delegates in their communique have talked about is expanding access to digital and health literacy, and trying to think about what the future of education is. How can we help these people, the working? How can we help people like yourself when you were very young to come out of that and increase social mobility, so that these people can come out of that poverty, let's say, and do well for themselves?
Well, the interesting thing for me is that if I was a young person now, I was in and out for trouble with the police from the age of 10 onwards. There is so many people who were doing misdemeanors and not fitting in now that everybody's overstretched. You know, the social services are overstretched, the prisons are overstretched, the schools are overstretched. When I was a kid, the teacher didn't have to be a social worker as well as a teacher, and sometimes even a police officer to discipline people, because all of that was done by the family. So the times have really changed, and I think now, more than anything, what we need to do is concentrate on the parents, because if the child comes to the school at the age of 4 or 5 and enters the school gate and doesn't see the enormous advantages of education and the incredible potential of learning at school, which is the problem that my parents were ordinary London Irish working people, and they just wanted to see me go through that 10 years till I was 15 as a form of babysitting. They wanted me out picking up a shovel and working on a building site at the age of 15, because that was the way that they had created this kind of class consciousness. What we have to do, and it's one of the big problems, is we have to educate the parents. So when people have children, we have to say, look, this is a most magnificent thing that you've done. You've had a child. Now let's make that child get as much as possible. Actually mine their talents and their abilities and their skills. And that means we've got to help you move into a situation so that when the child goes to school, they already have their ears and eyes saying, oh, wow, isn't this a great opportunity to learn things and to move on, and not be like me, one of the 37% now of children who fail and who leave school and say, I hated school, I hated teachers, I hate policemen, I hate everybody, and is in a riotous situation, and then actually starts getting into trouble or has the loss of any sense of the future. So that's where and the best way to do that is to encourage everybody to put their children into the kindergarten system, and the government may pay for that. That is the best way of paying for the future, which is start socializing our children at school, in the preschool period, in the kindergarten, or whatever you call it, and we do that. We know, for instance, in America, that whenever anybody from whatever social position, however difficult their lives is, if they pass through the first 2 or 3 years of kindergarten preparation, we know later on they don't get into the gangs, they don't get into the trouble, they don't find it hard to weather school, because they have the education filled in their minds, and they have been encouraged to do that. And the parents are involved in the school because they can see the beauty of their child passing through and learning, and later moving on into earning their own way.
Thank you. We do have a couple of questions from the audience, so I'll just run through the first one, and we hope we can get through to all of them. So the first one is from Dominic, who's been asking, should there be a Future Generations Commissioner for England or the UK?
There should either be a Future Generations Commissioner like they have in Wales, or we may do it, we're kind of looking at it in a different way, because we think it should be a role that is played within the cabinet. I mean, in a way, the best person to run the future generation should be the Prime Minister themselves. It should be a person who gets up in the morning and say, What can I do for future generations? What can I do to stop the illness happening? If you look at, for instance, what's happened in Scotland, for instance, they spend a lot more they spend a lot more around health, the health issue, so that they try and make people healthier, so that when they fall ill and they come into the illness and they get out of it. Well, that takes an enormous amount of effort to do that. But what it does is it prevents people becoming dependent later on in their lives. There are so many examples. And if this government or this prime minister got up and said, what can I do for future generations? What they'd be doing is creating a more sustainable world. I'm sorry if I don't normally answer questions very appositely, but I've had a go. Forgive me my trespasses.
That's terrific. Okay, so very much a prevention. Looking at
prevention is the best cure. What's better than what's the best thing you can do for a broken leg? Not have one. Because when you've got it, you then got problems. So when you've got a broken society, you have problems, and you then have to keep sticking it together, trying other ways, working. You have to use your imagination, and that imagination should actually be used for other things, like inventing industries where people who are working earn a good wage, because they've learned skills and abilities that mean that when they enter the marketplace, they don't enter it as the working poor. We have to avoid that situation. The digital economy has that chance of doing it for us.
Thanks. We have our second question, then we have one more just after. So from Tegan, who is asking, what do you think are the barriers of transformative change, and how can we better equip young people to break those barriers?
I think the biggest problem we have with regard to transformative change is our education system, which does not support teachers enough so that they can get on with the teaching. And this is shown in the fact that what's happening is that teachers are having to do more than teach. They have to be social workers. As I said earlier, they have to be police officers, they have to be friends. We need to find a way where headmasters, all the best schools in the world are ones where you've got a good team leading the fight to educate people irrespective of their social position. So we need to free up our teachers. We need to look at the pedagogy. I think the pedagogy is a bit strange because the pedagogy seems to be about 10 years out of date. We need to look at our universities. We need to look at the fact that to a large extent, and you will forgive me saying this, we seem to want to produce smart asses. We seem to want people to go into the university and become very, very clever and smart. Now, we need our clever people to do the medicine and the science and all that, but there's a lot of preparation, social preparation to do with universities, which is just to make people almost be the best person down at the pub quiz. What we need to do is teach people how to become sociable in the world, so that their skills and abilities can help everybody else. And I think this is what Wales is trying to do. Wales is looking at everything. It's looking at all the local authorities. It's looking at supply and all that. It's looking at the environment and all those. So we've got to have all this kind of joined up thinking. And our universities, I think, are often about getting a really good job by creating, which obviously is a very good thing, but it does not teach people, in my opinion, the need of socialization and passing their energies on into the community. One of the great things about what happened in the COVID thing is the energy of the community, the beauty, the absolute beauty of the community that was demonstrated for me in the area that I live and the areas around me where people came together. We have to build on the energies of the community. No one ever is going to make their way in this world as an individual. It's an individual who works and helps other people. So if you have prosperity, then that prosperity has to be utilized by the community as well as you.
Very true words. Yeah. I mean, I completely agree. And then it shouldn't just be within universities, but also pathways outside of universities. But we have our final question from Jacob, if we can invite him on the stage. So Jacob, welcome from the Future Generations Commission in Wales, actually. So welcome back.
Thanks, Marco, and nice to see you, John. I should thank you, first of all, for your support and kindness for the legislation here in Wales, for taking the beacon forward, not only in promoting it across the UK, but in this international mission of getting other countries to follow the example here in Wales. And before briefly I asked the question, just to say, what's possible when you have a legislation like the one we have in Wales. We've just had our election of a new government in Wales, where for the first time a universal basic income is promised, an increase of the word future and long-term thinking in political manifestos, prioritising climate change. The possibilities are endless when you have a legislation that forces that obligation on leaders to think long-term. So I really do encourage everybody on the call in today's summit to go forward and think proactively of what they can do in their own countries to think long-term. But my question, John, is how do we make this an intergenerational fight? So it's not something just for young people to worry about. It's their burden, it's their responsibility. That pressure on young people to take up the mantle, if you like. But how do we make this something that everybody sees a benefit in? Thinking about your grandchildren, how do we all become, as Roman Krznaric would say, who is a philosopher and author, how do we become good ancestors? And everybody has a responsibility in that. That's my question. Thanks, John.
Well, that's the kind of, I think it's called the $1 million question. That's the one that we have all been struggling with. I do think that one of the major problems, and I come from, as I said, proudly come from the British working class, from the London Irish working class. I'm very proud of that. What I'm not proud of is the fact that we haven't educated the people who come along after me to a much higher level so that they can, in a sense, become prosperous and well-being, doing well in society. So what we do have is we have a class-divided society that people want to, talk it out of the park. But we have a class-divided society, and we have so many people in the world who are they are just about managing. They are just about keeping their head above the water. And when you are in that situation, like for instance, if you could have asked my mother and father, what do you think about the future generations? They would say, look, I'm thinking about tomorrow and the day after, and maybe with a bit of luck, I can get my head over the parapet and look forward to next week. The problem with poverty, once again, is that it takes the edge off of being a human being for so many human. It devalues the process of living. If you live in poverty, you don't live in democracy. You live outside of democracy. And you will find that a lot of people, not always, a lot of people who are very poor don't even consider about voting because they are absolutely transfixed. How do I feed myself and my children? How do I get through the day? How do I get through the week? And I think the biggest way in which we can break this is to actually demonstrate, if we look at the way that poverty can be dismantled through education, through social change, and these opportunities, we can then start engaging with very, very poor people. I was at a Labour Party conference a few years ago, and I listened to a this is another argument, it's about the language that you use about the future. And I listened to a very, very astute person who came from the University of Oxford, telling us all how we ought to be thinking about the environment and doing all sorts of things, recycling and all sorts of stuff like that. And listening to this guy, it was like listening to somebody who had no way of getting through to the woman on the third floor of a block of council flats in Hackney. So I said, look, until we change the language, And then until we do inspire children, inspire people in poverty, inspire people who are in the middle classes and have education and have the chances of going on and getting levels and going on to the college and all sorts of things. Until we inspire those by changing the language and changing the way. One thing we should not do, because I hate the idea of, is guilt trip people. What we have to do is lay out the road ahead ahead if we do something correct, and the road ahead if we don't, and do it in a series of parables, almost like storytelling, the way that Jesus worked. And he told stories so that people, whatever their levels of education, could say, I understand that. We have to kind of look back at how development changed, and it often was around storytelling and involving communities. But the other thing is involving the community, starting the community. I wanted to start something a few years ago, but COVID kind of knocked us. And that was something where we all went out and cleaned up the environment that we live in, cleaned up the high street that we live in, cleaned up the streets, never let one plastic bottle fall out of the back of some ignorant person's car without somebody scooping it up. And then people saying to you, what are you doing this for? You say, this is the environment. This is the future. This is your future. And if you can start doing it with very small indications within the community, I believe that you could make enormous changes. We have done it. I can tell you, we've done stuff in a community which we're still working on, and we are bringing people together that have never ever spoken to each other in order to create an environmentally, socially better community. That's what I love about the Welsh example, because if you've got an example, then people can say, this isn't just hot air, this isn't just aspirational, it's delivery, it's about delivery. And I am known as one of Britain's deliverers of social actions. I'm not a person who's known as an aspirational person. And so therefore, to me, the Welsh example, which is being looked at by people all over the world, is the best example of what needs to be done. We need to be sitting at the feet of the Welsh Assembly and saying, okay, what are you doing? What are you doing next? How do you think we can do it? How can we do it better? How can we all work together?
Thank you. This has been really interesting sessions, very insightful and also very inspirational. And coming for you, like talking about the individuals and what the individuals can do within their own communities, and then how we can learn from others. This has been a terrific session. Lord Bird, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lord Bird. That was super insightful and incredibly inspiring. I've been seeing the chat going mental throughout that session, so thank you so much. We are now going to hop off for a very short 2-minute break, and we'll be joining back at 2:35 for a celebration of successes. But thank you so much to Lord Bird. I'm looking forward to seeing how the Y7 can continue to champion the voice of future generations alongside you. See you in 2 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back after that very short break. We are now moving into our celebration of successes, and to present the session, I'm delighted to hand over to Anna Harris and Megan Doherty, my two fantastic co-chairs of the Implementation Task Force. Over to you both.
Hello, everyone. We hope you are having a fantastic time at the Summit Day 2, which is centred around young people driving change forward and the celebration of youth voice. We want to start this session by saying that there are few people who know more about these two subjects than Sophie Dowd. We will move on to celebrate the successes of the young people who make the Y7 the vehicle for change and hope that it is. But we want to start by saying thank you to Sophie. Sophie left her high-flying job in government in autumn last year in order to work unpaid and full-time as the CEO of Future Leaders Network, where she has been responsible for the Y7 Summit and for channeling all of her energy into placing young voices on the global stage.
Thank you for all you do for young people, Sophie. And thank you for all you've done for us as a task force, as delegates, as a youth forum and at the table ambassadors. You inspire us every day, and I feel so lucky to have you at the end of the phone whenever I need you. You constantly teach us that we can achieve more than we think is possible, and that young people's voices deserve not only to be heard, but to be listened to. Thank you, Sophie.
Now, on to what successes have been achieved over the Y7. Let's do this with numbers. 2.6%. That's the percentage of the world's parliamentarians that are under the age of 30, which is shockingly low when you consider that 50% of the world's population are in that same age bracket. It's figures like this that we want to change. And actually, it's not just because there are lots of young people in the world. It's because young people's futures are decided by the decisions that are made today, and they deserve a seat at that decision-making table.
10,000. That's how many young people have been consulted in surveys, focus groups, and interviews throughout the Y7 process by delegates and youth forum. The consultation process is one that ensures the Y7 delegates are not just projecting their own views, but amplifying thousands of diverse voices into the Y7 communique. Like the UN Youth Envoy said yesterday, young people feel trapped in a system they feel they have no ability to change. By offering those 10,000 people a way to directly feed into international decision-making, the Y7 has taken a small step to reduce that feeling of entrapment, to show young people that their voices matter, and that there's nothing about us without us. It's not the end, but it's a really good start.
8,700. That's the distance in miles between our Y7 delegates that live furthest apart, in Australia and the USA. That's a 14-hour time difference. But despite the distance between our delegates, they have found the space and the time to unite around the Y7 communique, defining the key priorities that matter for them and those on which they will call G7 leaders, other young people, and themselves to action in order to change the world for better for future generations. Although the delegates live far apart, have different perspectives and experiences, their clear, urgent, and shared priorities in the Y7 communique demonstrate the truth in the late Jo Cox's phrase that we have more in common than that which divides us.
200. That's the number of young people who were trained as at the table ambassadors. This group has been hosting focus groups across the UK discussing the economy, climate, health systems, and technology, and showing that young people from diverse backgrounds and locations not only care about these issues, but have bright, inspiring ideas on how to solve them.
54. That's the number of experts the amazing Y7 Implementation Task Force have invited in to speak at the Y7 Delegates and Youth Forum to train them in consultation, negotiation, intercultural dialogue, policy making, making change in government, youth leadership, and the importance of future generations and being a futurist.
Countless. That's how many hours we spent behind our laptops, eyes straining on Zoom calls, fingers aching from furiously typing into evenings, mornings, and lunch breaks, all driving towards making the Y7 a reality. We couldn't do the summit in person, but I'm sure many of us see the digital faces of our Y7 colleagues almost as much as family, friends, and flatmates. It's been intense. For nearly all of us, it's been in addition to our day jobs and education, but we've done it because we care.
And finally, 6. That's the number of awards we have time to give out today. Each and every one of the delegates, Youth Forum, Task Force and Sherpa team deserves an award, but unfortunately we don't have the time to do so here. So we've picked 6 awards and we will be announcing the winners of the rest of the awards on our social media. These awards were voted for by the people who know the Y7 gang the best, themselves. So let's move on to the awards. The first award is the Negotiation Boss Award. This award is super important because negotiation is a key part of the Y7 process. With the delegates negotiating every weekend for the past 5 weeks in order to refine their policy proposals, there have been moments of fun and moments of tension, ending in a truly fantastic Y7 communique. The winner of the negotiation award was clear on their red lines and listened well to others' concerns and objectives. They were willing to find mutually acceptable solutions and provided excellent drafting suggestions. They had a keen attention to detail combined with speed of thought, epitomised by solutions in the final head delegate negotiation session, which I'm told was very tense. Generally, this person cared about the process, which really shone through. They were willing to represent the Y7 both for their policy track and delegation. They gave reasonable, constructive feedback and they've engaged with care and effort throughout this process. On top of all that, I'm told they have some key strengths around singing, cocktails, and tennis. The winner of the Negotiation Boss Award is Shinta Takino.
Thanks, Anna. It's an honor to receive this. Yeah, so the negotiations were pretty intense among both economy and head delegates. But the hardest part of negotiations, I think, was to make sure the communique was cross-cutting and coherent while avoiding conflict between tracks when it came to topics like mental health, the green economy, and global access to COVID-19 vaccines. And that really brings me on to my approach to the negotiations. I kept 2 things in mind, both of which I actually learned through the Y7 process. So first, I tried to place front and center that we all need to focus on making the communique itself as strong as possible, while also keeping in mind the need to push the priorities of young people we surveyed in our countries. And we were fortunate as a track to get this advice from our Sherpa, Alistair, who'd experienced being a delegate to the Y20 before. So a big thank you to Alistair for doing a fantastic job in guiding us throughout the process. Second, I made sure I was prepared. During our Ascent camp, we heard from Mark Thompson, who's represented the UK government in negotiations, and he said the most important thing was to be prepared. So for every recommendation I made sure I could back them up with evidence and survey results, and I tried to read up on the myriad of topics we cover in the entire communique. I think thanks to that preparation, I could be quite confident going into the negotiations.
Our next award is going to the delegate who went above and beyond to reach new diverse numbers of young people in their public consultation. This year, we made consultation an important part of the Y7 process. It was important that delegates knew the views of the young people they represented when negotiating the communique. The consultation produced a highly evidenced communique. Y7 recommendations are backed up with stats and facts to go to show that not only the delegates know exactly what they're talking about, but how much effort they've put in to make sure they do. The winner of this award went out of their way to speak and do interviews with media to generate interest in the consultation. Making themselves somewhat a local celebrity in Barnsley, they made a massive effort when performing the consultation, and that worked to help inform them of their communique policies. And the winner is Dominic Jones.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It means a great deal. It's really good to see the hard work being recognised in this way, and I'd just like to dedicate this to every single person who's been involved in any of the Y7 consultations across the world. We know that listening to the voice of young people has been a central part of the Y7, as it should be, and I've been committed to ensuring that the consultations were done thoroughly and inclusively by extracting insights, opinions, and then hosting additional sessions with harder to reach groups and organisations, including an in-person focus group. And this could not have happened without a number of people who I'm extremely grateful to. First of all, to the economy track delegates who have helped translate the concerns of young people into transformative recommendations and just been really good support. Secondly, my fellow members of the UK delegation, both to the Y7 and to the Y20, who did an amazing job at planning and running our survey and focus group sessions And finally, to the Future Leaders Network, in particular, Sophie and Alistair, who delivered such a great opportunity. In this year's Y7, it really has been a vehicle for young people, and hopefully we can see the impact that we're making. Once again, thank you very much for this award, and a massive congratulations to all the other award winners. Thank you.
I couldn't get myself off mute there. So the next award is for the delegate with the most outstanding op-ed. So the Y7 representatives from each of the 4 policy tracks each got the opportunity this year to write an opinion article on one key issue in their track. These were all posted on the Future Leaders Network website if you would like to take a look, and they were coordinated by the fantastic AK Gurung from the task force. This award winner for the most outstanding op-ed was part of the digital and technology track, and they wrote a piece titled Internet for Youth, by the Youth, with the Youth. I won't do it justice here if I try and explain it, but it summarized the importance of tackling the digital divide, equipping young people with literacy skills, and for young people to be lawfully included in digital governance, all of which sound like a pretty good idea to me. This person was the digital and technology media rep, and they did a brilliant job of coordinating their track into writing this fantastic joint international op-ed. They were very on top of it with coordinating the joint writing effort, communicating with AK, and actually delivered it ahead of the deadline. And the winner of the award is Kaneko Ninichi.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this award. I'm very thrilled to receive it. And while this op-ed was crafted together by my amazing digital and technology track delegates, and I think this award just really highlights our phenomenal teamwork. So great job, team. Very well done. And in our op-ed, as Anna just highlighted, for Internet for the Youth, by the Youth, with the Youth, we stress on the fact that young people need to have equitable access to digital opportunities and also the digital literacy to be able to maximize them. We also highlighted that placing young people in the heart of digital governance is critical for an inclusive future of technology. We really hope that through our op-ed, we were able to convey our message of the importance of designing the internet in ways that empower future generations. And as Anna has already shared, the op-ed itself is on the Future Leaders Network website. So please do check it out and do feel free to share your thoughts with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This next award is going to the delegate who's gone out of their way to support their policy track and the wider Y7. They are a delegate team player. The winner helped bring together the digital track and facilitate cross-track themes such as digital education. They also presented this to G7 digital ministers who were blown away. They championed the idea for youth engagement in a global partnership on artificial intelligence to create opportunities for further youth to be involved. Always generally watching out to ensure fairness of opportunity with and between delegates. The winner is Mojan Zibapur. Sorry, Mojan, we can't hear you. No, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Mojan. We'd just like to say congrats again, and that your delegates have voted you for team player because they appreciate how much work you've put in the tracks. I'll pass back to Anna.
Thanks, Megan. I'm sorry about that, Mojan, but definitely agree that you've done absolutely fantastic work, and I'm really glad that we've been able to celebrate you here. So the next award is an award for the Youth Forum. So this was the first Y7 with a youth forum, which is a group of 20 young people with real lived experience of the 4 Y7 policy tracks, established to ensure that diverse voices and those with first-hand experiences of policy issues were brought directly into the Y7 process. Our youth forum worked hard to widen the understanding of delegates. The winner of this award really seized the purpose and meaning of the Youth Forum with a background in farming and strong ties to a community of farmers. This winner worked hard with the Y7 delegates to push for the importance of including links to agriculture in the Y7 communique by demonstrating just how vital agricultural policies are to her life and to those around her. This individual's contribution wasn't limited to their policy track. They took ownership of Youth Forum activities and garnered support and motivation for the Y7 in multiple online events to promote the Y7 to those not often invited into such spaces. This member also seized the opportunity to help shape the roundtable discussions on young people driving forward change, which you've all had the pleasure of engaging with today, and which I just attended and really enjoyed chatting to you all and with this person. It's really hard not to say their name. Finally, this Youth Forum member also won the Fun Award, which we will announce on our social media, of most likely to perform on stage with Beyonce. And the winner of the Outstanding Contribution Award for the Youth Forum is Kate Stevenson.
I mean, I can't quite believe about the Beyonce thing, but I'll take it. When I first came into this, I feel like I had a very narrow mind of what needed to be done. And I feel like everybody's a bit fed up of me talking about agriculture at this point. And I've been successful in that, but I'm coming out with a much larger perspective, and that's thanks to my fellow Climate Youth Forum members. It's Emily, who has a fountain of knowledge for all things plastic and marine biology. Tara, who has always advocated for green housing. Mo, who has always pushed for decarbonisation and carbon taxing. And Amir, who is this bundle of knowledge for all things global governance. Just look at like how diverse we are. It's just brilliant. And this led to our priority of pushing forward climate education. And I'm sure that we'll still be a group in a year's time, still trying to push for that. So this award shows that our lived experiences and our stories have been successful in informing the delegates. So I just really urge others, you don't need a policy background in order to have an impact on the subjects you're passionate about. So go for it.
Thank you, Kate. Our next awards are about behind the scenes work. Our task force especially have given a lot of hard work and dedication the past couple of months. The task force is a group of 13 young volunteers who've been working to deliver the Y7 Summit. We've been sorting out the agenda, speakers, comms and logistics, making sure that you'll have an enjoyable Y7 process and summit. First up, we have our Task Force Team Player Award. This member of the task force went above and beyond to support the Y7. They showed kindness, enthusiasm, and dedication to the process. This person constantly challenged us on what youth empowerment means, making us deliver a better Y7. They were able to facilitate amazing conversations at some of our other Y7 events. And if you ever need someone to masterfully handle a Zoom crisis, give them a call. And the winner is Leah Sear.
Thank you so much, Megan. It's really, I really thank you so much. And thank you to the entire task force team. It's sort of a courtesy to the rest of the team in what being part of that and being part of an amazing group of people. It's so easy to be a team player when you're with such an incredible group and you have incredible people leading you. So yeah, it's been an incredible experience being able to empower young people across the world and in the UK and really give those young people opportunities to have these sort of experience and have a platform. So it's been absolutely incredible and definitely couldn't have done it without the rest of the task force and my subgroup, the program and delegates team. So working with all of you has been absolutely fantastic. And I would encourage anyone to get involved in opportunities like this and to get involved and work with your team in a virtual environment because it's so difficult virtually to do that. But yeah, having a really good team dynamic is such a fantastic experience. So thank you so much.
Hi, John. Would you like to say anything about your award as well?
Sure. I mean, first of all, thank you. I think teamwork really does showcase what it took for this to work. So I appreciate everyone on the tech team helping out. I was incredibly honored to get this award, and I'm really lucky that I had 3 amazing teams. I had the digital and tech track, who were an amazing team to work with. I had the Canadian delegation, and then the head delegates. So I'm just so thankful that I was able to be a part of so many teams, whether we were in negotiations, whether we were writing op-eds together, or just working on presentations. It really did come together, and I was happy to work with every single one of you. Thank you to the tech team for bringing me back, and thank you to FLN for all your continued support.
Thank you, Mojan. Now for our final word of this session. We also wanted to celebrate the Sherpas. Our track Sherpas have experience of being a delegate. They know what it's like to be in the delegate's shoes. The Sherpas helped guide the delegates through the Y7 process to arrive at their fabulous communique. This award goes to the most supportive Sherpa. The Sherpa was hugely supportive of other Sherpas, delegates, the youth forum, and the task force to achieve their Y7 communique. They made sure their track was supported and arrived at decisions. And the winner of this award is Alistair Lobo.
Thank you for the kind words, Megan. The past couple of months have been amazing, and I'd like to use this time to say some thank yous. First, to all the delegates in the Youth Forum, and in particular the excellent economy track, for your work, your banter, and for putting up with all of my hard stops and my dry runs. Secondly, the diverse Team Sherpa. Coming together with James D, the engineer, James F, the consultant, and Emily C, the lawyer, to design the negotiation process from a blank sheet has been really rewarding. I'm proud of our efforts to live up to our values, to be consistent, and to reach a strong communique in substance, structure, and style, with a special shout out to Taylor here too. Last but not least, FLN, to the brilliant task force who worked so hard, and our leadership team, and to Sophie and my predecessor Jordan for inviting me to join the journey. I look forward to where we go from here.
Thank you so much, Alistair, and congratulations again to you and to all of the award winners that we've announced in this session. Thank you too for everybody who voted, and we are also posting all the other prize winners on our social media, so keep an eye out in case you have won as well. But now I think we're going to be joined back on stage with Sophie, who I'd love if she could say a few words, and I'm putting her on the spot here.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Anna. And not at all putting me on the spot. I'm quite glad that this has happened at the end and not at the start, because I have been crying my eyes out for the last 20 minutes at how proud I have been of all of the delegates who have won awards, all of the Youth Forum who've won awards, and of course, Alistair and Team Sherpa who won an award, and I know there are many others. But I did want to use this time to say one final thank you, actually, and that's to you both. Anna and Megan, this would not have happened without you. The Y7 would not exist without your incredible support. And just to say a few words about you both in particular. Anna, your organizational prowess is incredible and unbelievable. The last 3 weeks have been a myriad of calling private officers, chasing ministers, hunting down VIP speakers, and making sure that they were all tech checked and prepared to come on stage. But that has not just been the last 3 weeks. It has been the entire duration of the Y7. You have kept the show on the road. You've made sure that we have delivered however many sessions we have, including our launch event, our base camp, our ascent camp, and our summit. It would not happen without you, and it has been such a pleasure to work with your insight, your expertise, and your incredible determination. And Megan, you joined us right from the very beginning of our Y7 thinking journey. You were on our design working group back in summer 2020, and you stayed with us through the highs and the lows. to deliver an amazing piece on creating the youth sector network. You also led the development of our comms strategy and, of course, all of the amazing work that we've achieved in getting the Y7 noticed in the media. Without your effort and input and long days working with people and long nights, we would not have such a celebrated Y7 summit. So, Megan and Anna, this would not be the same without you. Thank you both so very much for all of your time and your energy. And I wish I had a little award that I could give you both virtually through the ether. Yes, excellent. And can I just say thank you for your support of me. A leader is nothing without a great team. And to be a successful leader, you have to have a team that backs you and that supports you. And I have always felt like you and the rest of the task force have always been at my side. So the Y7 would not be anything without any of us. And I cannot thank you enough. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go young people.
So I think we are now going into a 5-minute break, I think. And we will be back on stage. Let me just check my agenda. Yes, we'll be in a 5-minute break and we'll be back on stage in 5 minutes with the Y7 delegates, and everyone else will be talking about the one thing that you will take away from these 2 days. See you in a bit. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now into a panel discussion with our Y7 delegates and Youth Forum members to talk about what they are taking away from the summit and the Y7 2021. I have to confess, I am feeling very emotional right now. That last session really got me crying a little bit, and I'm so looking forward to hearing from each of the delegates about what they are going to be taking away from this year's Y7. So to kick us off, I'm going to go straight in there, and I'm going to ask Hannah, would you like to share a short reflection on what you're taking away from the Y7 Summit?
Yes, of course. Hi, my name is Hannah, and I'm the German delegate for the climate track. What am I taking away from the summit? My biggest takeaway is that every opinion and voice of the youth were heard. This is especially important for solving the climate crisis. We, the youth, have contributed the least to the climate crisis, but we are the ones most affected by it. This means that we have the right to participate in international decision-making about the future, because it's our future. The summit here has given me the unique opportunity to be involved in decision-making, which determine my life and my future. Everyone knows the effect of the climate crisis, but besides to all these negative effects, I would like to give hope by attending the summit. Hope in this way that it's never too late for change. Fighting against the climate crisis gives me hope to protect our planet. So let's fight together. We are the main actor for actions and change in the future. For me, this summit is only the beginning of my journey. I'm a marine biologist, and I will assume climate responsibility. I will take climate actions to build a green and sustainable planet for me, for you, and for the next generation. Finally, my take-home message for you is, you are never too young to make a difference. Thank you very much. I will now hand over to Mujan.
Thank you. So I had so many takeaways from this summit. I think the first were just the connections we got to make through consultations or interviews. I personally, as head Canadian delegate, I got the opportunity to talk with so many leaders, be they, senators or Sherpas or ministers, and each of these connections allowed me to take a chance to connect directly with folks who are in a position to bring our calls to action into effect, but also their insights and experiences really helped us form the communique itself. It's opened so many doors for me to be able to speak to wider groups of youth, whether it be other organizations like Plan International Canada or just youth across Canada itself. It's been really inspiring. There's also the matter of the call to action that was of particular interest to myself, which was the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. So getting to hear from Jonathan Black that was well received was a super great honor. And then finally, taking back this amazing experience of being connected with all of you and so many incredible people that I otherwise would have never been able to meet. Hopefully we'll have the opportunity to meet someday, somewhere, but I've learned so much from my fellow delegates. And so it's just been a really, really inspiring kind of experience to take part in.
Hi, so my name's Julia and I've been one of the Youth Forum Digital and Tech members. I think for myself, the main thing that I'll be taking away is not only the power of one, but how the power of one can then lead into collective action and be a lot more than that. As was mentioned this morning in the panel, it's not just about taking your seat at the table, it's then about making room for others to make sure that it's as diverse as it possibly can be. I think that was something that I've really taken away. As Youth Forum members, we were given the opportunity to bring our lived experience and to make sure that it was as diverse and inclusive and accessible as possible to as many young people. I think that's one of the really important things that I'll be taking away, to make sure that that's done in as many different places as possible, and not just that then when we get the seat, we pass the mic and give that to other people to also get that opportunity. That's for me the most important thing, as well as being able to meet so many other people who have inspired me, not only from the Youth Forum, but from the delegates to the task force and all the people we've met in focus groups and doing surveys. It's been really inspiring to see so many other people that are engaged and that there's so many people working together to address some of the most important issues. I'm going to pass over to Mel, who's also one of my Youth Forum members on the Digital and Tech stream.
Hi, I think we're having a few tech issues with Mel, unfortunately, so we will bring her back in as soon as we get her. I have a few questions actually for you as a panel, and I'm going to start off with one that wasn't scripted actually, but was really driven by what you mentioned, Hannah. And what I really loved, you talked about how you're full of hope for the future. And so my question to Julia and Mojan is, what are you hopeful about coming out of this year's Y7? And I'll start with Mojan.
Sure. I think I'm really hopeful that leaders this year seem so open to the youth perspective and the youth opinion. We've seen that with mental health, which wasn't originally included, but we've been pushing for it thus far. We've seen it for digital and tech points, climate, whatever the track may be. It seems as though every time we're heard on an international or national platform, leaders are open to the fact that youth voices need to be included. And it's really with that we see innovation, we see new ways of looking at old problems, and we see innovative new solutions. So that's left me really hopeful, because all of this work that we've been doing for the past 6 months is leading somewhere. And I really feel like for all of us in our respective countries and or the EU have kind of ideas of next steps that we can take. So that's been really hopeful.
Thanks so much, Mojan. And Julia.
I think what I'm probably most hopeful for is the fact that we've empowered a large generation of young people to try and make that change and to make sure that they are taking the space they deserve. I know that Anna said earlier that I think only 2.6% of people in parliaments across the world are young people, despite that being 50% of the population. And I think what I'm really hopeful for is that we will be able to set up mechanisms like future commissioners in other countries across the world to really codify and solidify the impact and the voice of young people, so that not only do we get a seat at the table, but we have our own seat where we can speak freely, and it's not with a piece of soundproof glass between us and the other people. That's what I'm really hopeful for. And that's something that one of our delegates, Peter, talked about quite a lot. And we've all basically said that it's a great example and we're going to bring it up every time that we can. So that's what I'm really hopeful for.
Ace, thank you, Julia. And we've now got Mel back. Thanks for persevering, Mel. Would you like to share some of your reflections on what you'll be taking away from the Y7?
Yeah, I mean, it was an immense privilege to be part of this, to be part of the Y7 Digital Track, to be part of the Youth Forum. I think what I'm taking away from this is that we weren't just here to contribute to a communique for G7 leaders to read. We're here to build a foundation for youth to really achieve what they want to achieve and actually make their impact to the world that they will inherit. So I think that's what I'm taking away from this. I feel like everyone attending and watching, we're doing this for you, and we really hope that your opinions and experiences were conveyed within the communique, because that's what we really tried very hard to do in the Youth Forum. And as Julia has said and Mojan has said, like, this has been an amazing experience, but it wouldn't really be for a purpose without all the young people out there whose voices need to be heard. So yeah, thank you.
Ace, thanks so much, Mel. What a rich insight, and so much there that I completely agree with. We've talked a lot about the positives we've taken away from this. I'm going to ask a bit of a tricky question now. What was the biggest challenge you encountered as a Y7 delegate or Youth Forum member? And I'm going to come to you, Hannah, to kick us off with your thoughts on that.
I think one of my biggest challenge was to attend all meetings online. So we even meet in person. And I hope that we can catch up on face-to-face meeting maybe in the next time. This would be great.
Yeah, so true. Virtual working is so tricky. It's so difficult, isn't it? Mel, I'm going to come to you next. What's the biggest challenge you think you've encountered in the Y7 that you've kind of learned and grown from that you'll take forward for the future?
Thanks, Sophie. Yeah, I think it was having a consensus on ideas within the Youth Forum Digital, and then also conveying to the delegates. Our UK head delegate, Evie, worked really hard to ensure that everybody's ideas were listened to and included. And I think it was really interesting to learn that there is nothing you can achieve without other people. Of course, you can do a lot by yourself, but without others, there is something lost there. And I think throughout this process, we learned to advocate for others' opinions and listen to them and let them go through when you could see there was a need for them to be highlighted. And I think that's something that was a challenge, but also taught a lot to myself and everyone else. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm going to come to Mojan, because I think this is a great question.
Yes, it is. I was reflecting. Obviously, there's the time difference element, but that's not something I grew from. I think for me personally, it was a challenge that I'm actually really thankful for. It was when the head delegates came together to work on that preamble first page where we were highlighting one call to action from each track, and it was a really interesting conversation because we were trying to decide between our tracks or a thematic approach, what kind of topics we saw were interlying between all the topics. And in the end, I think we were better for it, that we incorporated themes that show up time and time again, and that we really tried our best to highlight things that we want to push for above all others, or that should be paid attention to. And we saw from so many people, Baroness Barron and Jonathan Black, that's where change gets done, because in the real world, there isn't a separation between policy. Climate will bleed into digital and tech bleeds into economy, and that's what we tried to do with that first page, is to show the interconnections of those themes.
Thanks so much, Mojan. And Julia, coming to you.
I actually think it's quite hard to choose one thing that I've sort of grown from with it. I think one of them would be having so many great ideas that we've wanted to share and having to condense those down. And it's really developed my ability to speak succinctly, although you might not see that right now, and my ability to put that in writing and convey key points when you only have a certain amount of time, and to be able to do that for a range of audiences. So to engage young people with our storytelling narratives, but also engage ministers. So having that adaptation of writing styles. And I think the other thing, if I can be really cheeky and add one more, is that I think quite a lot of us, including me, came in with a bit of imposter syndrome and not knowing what we as young people with our lived experience could do to contribute. And seeing what everyone else has done, it's really inspired us and given us a lot of confidence that actually we do have something to say, and we should share that and say it and make sure that everybody is involved.
That is fantastic. Thank you so much, Julia. And I don't mind you being cheeky at all. And actually, I'm going to come back to the kind of a point that Mel made actually in her intervention around, or actually, no, I think it was you, Julia. Sorry, I've written that down wrong. It was around the power of one becomes the power of many. And how you're not just doing this for kind of young people now and for, you know, the Y7 now, but actually how you're kind of creating the space for Y7s yet to come. I actually really enjoyed, you know, one of the questions to Jonathan when we spoke to him yesterday was like, how do we make this process be the norm? How do we make it clear that young people get involved in everything, all aspects of the G7, make that normal? And so my kind of question for you now is, how will you go on and create that space for other young people? Like, what will you take away and do differently to make sure that there is more space at the top for more young people to have their voices heard? And I'm going to start with Mojan. I'm going to come to you to kick us off.
Well, I mean, I think the main way that I'm looking forward to doing that is within our digital empowerment section of our communique that had two specific calls to action. One was my personal pet project of the GPay, but the other one was really about getting in and seeing national organizations or international organizations that currently don't have youth councils or a youth voice. So that's what the Y7 is for the G7, and we obviously have the Y20 for the G20, but there are so many avenues that you might be familiar with in your own country or internationally that don't have a built-in youth voice. And because of that, we're removed from the conversation when we should be included and we should have a voice and listen to. So that's where I'm really looking forward to focusing on.
Oh, amazing. Thank you, Mojan. And I think so pleased to hear that you've got some really clear, concrete steps, because I know that you're going to be a great advocate for young people. Hannah, let's come to you next.
Yeah, so I think I would like to get in touch with other NGOs worldwide to speed out our communique and to get in touch with them. And I'm currently working in an NGO here in Germany, and we are planning to conduct youth conferences about the climate in the next year. So I will, I think it's most important that young people know what they can do, what they can achieve with negotiations and about the climate. So I will conduct conferences about climate change and sustainability.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm afraid, Mel and Julia, we have actually run out of time, and I am so sorry that I wasn't able to come back to you. But can I say a huge thank you to all of our panel speakers? I'm inspired by you guys. I can't wait to see what you're going to go and do next. And I hope all of you listening and watching are inspired by these fantastic young people, and you will go out there and you will take something away to make waves for future generations to get involved in decision making. So thank you all so much. I believe we'll be coming back in a few minutes' time for our closing session to conclude the Y7 Summit 2021. See you in a few minutes' time. Bye-bye.
climb the ladder and do it the traditional way. And I remember just prioritizing the things that I cared about and literally listing the areas that I wanted to make an impact in, and then kind of marking what my strengths were and trying to focus on that. And I started looking for ways that I could get involved in things that I cared about, even if I was doing it on the side and it didn't pay or it paid very little. So I started getting involved in different nonprofit organizations in the community where I was living at the time. And that helped really bolster my credibility to speak to those issues and show my commitment to that area. So, for example, a few years ago, I got involved with a nonprofit organization called LEAP. And LEAP stands for the Leadership and Executive Acceleration Program. And we work to help women who are mid-career professionals get to the next level in their own career. But it has this great social impact component. So not only are we bringing in senior level speakers from large organizations to speak to the women about different topics like negotiations or financial empowerment, but we're also pairing them up with nonprofit organizations in their local communities and helping them solve real business challenges for those small nonprofits. And that experience led to some recognition about the impact that LEAP was having toward the SDGs, and placed me personally in a better position to qualify for the position that I'm in now at AstraZeneca. So all of these things kind of come full circle sometimes when you really just follow what's most important to you. And when it comes to driving systemic change, which is really lasting and meaningful change that involves young people, I think it's really easy to think of all the barriers that can stand in our way. But what I've realized is that for every barrier, there's a subculture of people that are working to break down those barriers. So my advice to you is to find your people, learn from them, network with them, share with them, get involved in things, don't just observe from the sidelines. And what I'm really passionate about now in my role is championing young people as leaders and helping to provide more opportunities to them to help strengthen their own capacities, develop their skills, and helping build their voice with other young people around me and giving them a platform to talk about the issues that they care about. And at AstraZeneca, we do this through our Young Health program. And our Young Health program is our philanthropic commitment to focus on the prevention of non-communicable diseases, or NCDs, which are cancer, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, respiratory disease, and mental ill health. And we work with young people around the world to reduce their unhealthy behaviors that lead to NCDs later in life. So reducing tobacco use, excessive alcohol use, getting more physical activity, eating a healthier diet, and helping reduce their exposure to air pollution. Because the burden of NCDs actually bears down the hardest on the poorest segments of society and those with the least access to education and medical facilities, and increasingly on urban settings, actually, not as much rural settings. The WHO estimates that around 70% of premature deaths in adults are largely caused by risk behaviors that are started in adolescence. So that's why we focus on young people. And 85 of these premature deaths for NCDs actually occur in low and middle income countries. So to reduce the prevalence of NCDs and inspire these healthy lifestyle behaviors, we work with 30 nonprofit organizations all around the world that supports the development of protective environments and empowers young people to make more informed choices about their health. So the YHP has been around now for 10 years and has reached over 5 million young people directly. And I'd like to give a couple examples of how young people are driving systemic change within the Young Health program. One is with our partnership with UNICEF. With UNICEF, we work to establish a national chat line in Jamaica to facilitate access to mental health services by adolescents and youth across the nation. Jamaica actually has some of the highest rates of teen suicide suicide in the world, and there's not a lot of support for young people to be able to access the treatment and services that they might need. So the partnership actually brings in young people to design and develop the programs. And in Jamaica, the chat line trains young counselors to be able to provide support and engage through text messages and chat lines, and then refers them over to healthcare practitioners when they need it. And in its first year, the chat line is reaching 9,000 young people, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness in Jamaica has actually agreed to fully absorb the operational costs of the chat line from its central budget after 2 years. So this is a great example of meaningful systemic change, but also partnerships for the goals. So we're working together to solve challenges. Private institutions, nonprofits, and governments all coming together to solve this issue. But another way that we can create systemic change is by empowering young people as advocates. So if you're looking to create change in your own community or in your country or in the world, there are lots of ways that you can do that as well, and there are resources available to you. I know, for example, UNICEF even has a great youth advocacy training guide that you can look up. But through the Young Health Program, we also provide scholarships, grants, funding opportunities, and learning and development opportunities for young people who are working in the health space. And one of our young leaders in Bangladesh, his name is Mazpool, and he's the co-founder of an organization called Safe Wheel. And currently in Bangladesh, there's just one ambulance that serves around 88,000 people. And over half of them are serving the major cities, which leaves around 1,200 ambulances to serve the rural parts of the entire country. So there's just simply not enough ambulances to respond to the needs of people living in rural areas. And a lot of them go without access to emergency services, maternal services, or even basic affordable healthcare. So Mazpool launched a project that with his friends, they designed a fleet of mini ambulances that are able to navigate these rural roads and get places where traditional ambulances are just too big to reach, and designed a fleet of these as prototypes, and then trained young people that are living in the rural communities to be paramedics, first responders, and drivers of the ambulances. So he's not only creating access to healthcare, but is also creating employment opportunities for young people that are living in the rural areas that traditionally would have really struggled to find work and provide for their families, or a lot of times they end up leaving the rural areas to go work in the cities. So Mazpool received a scholarship and some funding and opportunities through us, and the organization is scaling up. They're projecting to reach 3 million patients annually over the next 10 years. They've hired over 24 young people as paramedics, and we're just so impressed with some of these young leaders that are championing these solutions and really driving change in their communities. So, in closing, I just wanted to say how grateful I am to speak with all of you, because you're not just future leaders, you really are already leaders, and you're already engaging with some of the highest levels of government and having your voice heard. So I hope that these have been an amazing 2 days for you, full of inspiring conversations, opportunities to meet other young people like you. And I urge you not to forget this feeling that you have. Make a mental note to ride this high and stay as empowered as you possibly can. Connect with others, stay involved, check out organizations that work in areas that you care about, and try and get actively involved in a leadership position and grow your skills in that area. And be a voice for what you care about. Speak up and speak out on issues that matter to you, and be a force for positive inspiration in the world, because I really believe that collective and open dialogue can move mountains, and that there's always something that you can do to change the world. No matter how small it is, you have to start somewhere. So thank you so much, and it was truly a pleasure speaking with all of you today.
Thank you so much, Courtney. I think it's great to hear what you have been working on. And the key message for me is to follow your passions and do what really inspires you. And the second is that young people can really drive systemic changes. I was really impressed with what you've achieved in Jamaica and Bangladesh. One question for me, what do big employers and organizations need to do to empower young people in the workplace and in the world?
Thanks, Harris. I think one of the issues that holds young people back from thriving is that sometimes big employers can often focus on attracting top talent. So they'll look for the Ivy League graduates or those with advanced degrees that are coming from many times privileged backgrounds to even have those opportunities for advanced education in expensive schools. And it's great that there are these leadership development programs within organizations that help young talent rise to the top. But at the same time, what I think we need more of is big organizations making systemic change in the communities in which they operate, where they have factories, where they employ people, and actively seek to develop young talent and give opportunities to young people in those places. So for example, what I'd ask for these companies to do is actively seek out young people from less privileged backgrounds and start providing them opportunities to grow and develop. Get them in the door. And once they're in the door, look at how you're helping them learn and grow. Maybe there are upskilling opportunities, mentorship opportunities with employees, or even internship opportunities that don't require such advanced degrees at the outset, and develop their passion and eagerness to learn. And in addition to traditional employment and skill building opportunities, there are ways that large companies can also make a difference through scholarships and grants to young entrepreneurs. I think that young people can have some of the most creative and sustainable solutions. And if funding can be unlocked from large organizations to help them get access to funds and try out new ideas, people like Mazgul can scale up their organization and eventually become employers themselves. So what I'd ask is for you to take a look at, if you're going to work for a purpose-driven company that has a large economic footprint, see what they're doing to support young people in the communities around the world that they have offices and factories in. Maybe you could even take a leadership role in piloting a new project that would support youth employment or skill building. You could start small, pick a city, find employees there that are willing to volunteer their time, see if they could run workshops or mentorship opportunities with local youth. You never know, it could lead to some career placements, but that's what I would love to see.
Great, thanks. One question from Dominic in the audience. How does AstraZeneca improve the skills offer for young people?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. So what we've done, aside from the traditional funding opportunities that we offer, like grants and scholarships, we've developed learning and development paths for our young leaders. So we offer, right now we're doing mini MBA programs where we're actually offering placements for a mini MBA course for young leaders to come in, and they're going through the program side by side with early talent within the organization. So they can go through this program and apply the skills back to their own business or nonprofit that they have. We also run monthly workshops where we have external speakers come and talk about issues related to grant writing or funding. We just ran one last week where we had our head of digital come in and run an essential digital skill course. We're also running sessions where we bring in young leaders to talk about the work that they're doing with some of our most senior speakers. So our chief sustainability officer, our chief information officer are coming to hear about the projects that our young leaders are doing and seeing how we can support them as an organization. So there's lots of ways that you can support young people, not just financially, but also in terms of these non-monetary benefits that can often have even more impact. So we're always looking for ways to do even more. So if you have ideas and suggestions, I'm always willing to hear them, of course, as well.
Perfect. A question from Janice. What do you think about the self-representation possibilities of young people in companies?
About the what possibilities?
The self-representation possibilities.
Yeah, so within organizations, it's what I see is that young people most often want to work for purpose-driven companies, and companies that have strong purpose also want to attract young people that are really passionate about specific issues. And so if you're looking to work for an organization, I would encourage you to look at, their sustainability strategy and see what issues you could bring to life within the areas that they're already working in. And as I said before, really stand up and speak out about the things that matter to you, because especially within large organizations, there's a lot of subgroups that you could get involved with or linked with on the issues that you care about. For example, internally, we have a group called Safe Space, which is all about providing employees a safe space to talk about mental health, which is even more important during the pandemic. There's also a group called AZ Pride, which is for employees who identify as LGBTQ, for example. So when it comes to standing up for yourself and speaking out about the issues that you care about, I would just encourage you to do that and find other people within the organization that align with your values. And if something doesn't already exist, maybe you can be the one that creates it.
Awesome, thank you. And a question from Kate. Do you have some examples of some inspirational people you have met through the Youth Leaders Program or Youth Health Program, sorry?
Yeah, of course. So Masbahul is a great example. Another person that really stands out to me is Hawa Ojefo from Nigeria. She was actually my roommate during One Young World. A few years ago, I was actually one of AstraZeneca's scholarship recipients before I came into this role. And I met Hawa. We were kind of placed together, and I didn't know her beforehand. And she didn't mention anything to me about what she did. We were just kind of hanging out as friends. And then all of a sudden at One Young World, she went on stage and started talking about her work, which is in, she started Nigeria's first mental health phone support line. And I saw her standing on stage and sharing her personal experience of sexual assault and how it impacted her mental health and encouraged her to create this. And she went on to pass Nigeria's first mental health bill in front of Parliament and has since been awarded the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Global Goalkeepers Award. She's just incredible and created this in Nigeria. And having these opportunities to meet people from different backgrounds, but are still trying to do something important and are making change happen is so inspiring. So I hope that, once we're all able to travel again and meet people in person, that you'll be able to kind of bump into people that you wouldn't have normally had the opportunity to do so with, and looking for other organizations where you can maybe have some of those opportunities, like One Young World is a great example. But I love attending global summits like that and that bring together young leaders, because you never know the kind of spark of inspiration that you'll get and start connecting with people from all around the world and kind of seeing what you could do more together from a partnership perspective rather than creating everything in silos.
That was an incredible example. Courtney, thank you so much for your time. We really, really appreciate it. Back over to Sophie now.
Thank you so much for your time, Courtney, and thank you so much to AstraZeneca for being our sponsor. And that really brings me to the fact that I cannot believe that I am concluding our Y7 Summit, that I'm bringing the Y7 Summit to a close. I know we have one final keynote speaker who will be playing us out after me, but this is my moment to say thank you. This is my moment to say thank you to everyone who has made the summit so far been such a success. Of course, I want to start with thanking our sponsor, AstraZeneca, for supporting and empowering the voice of young leaders globally, but also within this Y7 Summit. So thank you for supporting the youth voice. I'd like to thank all of our speakers. There are too many to mention who have supported us throughout the entire Y7 process, but to thank the ones who have spoken at the Y7 Summit over the last 2 days. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for speaking with me earlier this week and for the video that we shared yesterday. I'd like to thank Jonathan Black, the Prime Minister's Sherpa, who also came and accepted the Y7 recommendations. I'd like to thank Cassandra Prenner from the UN World Food Programme, the UN Secretary General Envoy on Youth, Jayathma Wickramanayake. I'd like to thank Only Boys Allowed and Warren Point Qualtas for playing us out yesterday. I'd like to thank all of the members of our Youth Activism panel today, who joined us from all over the world. And I'd like to thank Lord John Bird, as well as Courtney from AstraZeneca and George the Pert, who is going to speak after me. Thank you to everyone who has made this day such a success. But I'd also like to thank the people who made this day, without whom this day would not have happened. I've already said a rather tearful thank you to my two co-chairs of the Implementation Task Force, Anna Harris and Megan Doherty. Thank you for your incredible support, your energy and your leadership. Both of you have stepped up to the mantle more than anyone could have ever asked, going above and beyond to deliver this incredible summit and to make sure the youth voice was heard at the highest level of decision making. I'd like to thank the rest of my Implementation Task Force, our programme and delegates team who have been working behind the scenes tirelessly to get all of our fantastic speakers. I think they said there were 54 in total, which is stunning. I'd like to thank, that's Anna Saunders, Annie Williams and Leah Sear. I'd like to thank our comms and media team who have been working tirelessly to make sure as many people know about the great work of the Y7 as possible. That includes Akanksha Gurung, Aisha Farah, Michael Ojatunde and Shwetal Shah. And I'd like to thank our logistics team who have worked tirelessly to make sure that we have had a great platform to operate on and to ensure that all of you got registered on this platform and is supporting our evaluation. And they are Marco Contasini and Stephen Tutin. I'd also like to take this moment to thank our Sherpa team who haven't necessarily had so much of a kind of a visual role in this summit, but have been hugely crucial in delivering the Y7 so far. I'd like to thank Alistair Lobo, who's been our head Sherpa, who is also the Chief Operating Officer at the Future Leaders Network. I'd like to thank Emily Campbell, who was our Health Sherpa, James Forsey, who was our Climate and the Environment Sherpa, and James DaCosta, our Digital and Technology Sherpa. I'd like to thank our track counsellors, who have mentored and supported the delegates and who many of you heard speaking yesterday. They are Baroness Martha Lane Fox, Professor Ian Chapman and Sir Jeremy Farrar. Thank you for your tireless support and championing the youth voice. And then finally, I'd like to thank all of the people who weren't officially part of the team, but without whom this wouldn't have happened at all. I'd like to thank the design working group who met last summer, in fact, to think about the proposed outcomes and design of the Y7 Summit, who made inclusion, impact and development our three core pillars. I'd like to thank Taylor Jones, who has been our graphic design artist extraordinaire, who created the Y7 identity, branding and designed that beautiful Y7 communique. Thank you so much for your time and effort, Taylor. He also created the wonderful opening video that we all saw yesterday. I'd like to thank Emily Kay and the Sealer Collective for their support in delivering the #AtTheTable Ambassador program and all of our evaluation. And I'd like to thank Yuko Ishibashi, who is working with us also on our evaluation and researching the links between youth participation and satisfaction with democracy. I'd like to thank May Jungpakti and Eileen Mendoza, both of whom have been behind the scenes support throughout. Thank you so much for joining the unofficial team. And then I'd like to thank two people without whom we would not be on this platform today. I'd like to thank the Cabinet Office, Reese Prosser, who has been our policy and engagement lead for the Youth 7 so far. Reese, you're a champion of the youth voice. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you also goes to Catherine Simon, Joanna Fitch, Lindsay Mitchell, Charlie Peckham and Alex Newlands. And of course, Identity, who are working behind the scenes and who many of you will know whenever you've gone into the green room. That's Jim Seal Driver, Emma Williamson, Henry Flitton, Shirley Chick and Ben Goulding-Huckle. So thank you so much for your support in making today work seamlessly, even if there have been a few frantic moments in the green room behind the scenes. And lastly, I'd like to talk about our partners who have as before, been supporting the Y7 throughout, but their names very rarely get mentioned in public, so here's my time to do so. James Endersby and Priya Minyas at Opinion, who helped us with surveying over 2,000 young people across the UK. Tom Franklin, Terry Tate and Naomi Kennedy at Young Citizens, who are helping us design a mock G7 pack for young people across the UK to take part in secondary schools. I'd like to thank Ben, Martina, Nairomi and Rachel at Chatham House for organising roundtables earlier in the year. And I'd like to thank Jacob Ellis in the Office of the Future Generation Commissioner for Wales, who has been a consistent supporter of the Y7 Summit. And of course, Sophie Howe, the Future Generations Commissioner herself, who is a huge champion for young people's rights and voice. And I'm not going to mention all of them, but our Youth Sector Network, a group of over 40 youth-based organisations from across the UK whose input and advice have helped make the Y7 what it is. And last but not least, I think I've said last a few times actually, the delegates and the Youth Forum, you guys, thank you for bringing the Y7 to life. Thank you for being the lifeblood, the air, the breath of the Y7 Summit this year. Thank you for your hard work, your sweat, your tears, your highs and your lows in making the Y7 communique so fantastic. And I'd really like to encourage all of you on this call and those of you listening in on the live stream and beyond to sign the Y7 communique to make sure that the youth recommendations are heard at the highest levels of decision making. And you can go to the Future Leaders Network website to sign the communique. Thank you so much, Delegates and Youth Forum, for making this year such a success. And so to conclude, I'd like to share a bit of a story, actually, just about how much the Y7 means to me. When I first started on my Y7 journey 5 years ago, I was pretty lost. Although I was doing really well in my career, I felt empty and purposeless. I was 24 years old, and whilst I was doing really well and getting promoted fast, I felt alone. And so I started seeking out opportunities to build relationships and connections with other people who were passionate about making a difference, but who felt like they needed support and kind of a discussion about what it meant to be a leader or a manager for the first time and how to handle making difficult decisions. And that was when I stumbled across the Future Leaders Network. That was when I stumbled across the Y7, and I was lucky enough to be selected to be head delegate to the Y7 back in 2016 in Japan. And I remember that experience really well, because I remember not only the late nights in karaoke bars or the early mornings negotiating over breakfast, but actually I remember the connections and the sense of pride I felt in the fact that I had agency and I was able to make change. I led a team of men all older than me, and suddenly I knew I could be a leader. I knew I could do something amazing in the world. And so I wanted to share that with more young people. I knew the Y7 was something very special, and I wanted more young people to know about the opportunity to get involved and have their voice heard. So I started as a volunteer, and I've heard so many people saying this: start local, start where you know. I started as a volunteer. I started, just offering occasional evenings, then my weekends, then becoming a director of external affairs, and finally being appointed CEO back in January 2019. And I reflect on the last 8 months when I took the leap to become full-time CEO, entirely unpaid, as Anna and Megan mentioned earlier. And I reflect that I have never been more full of happiness, and I have never been more purposeful. And that is because of you. And that is because of everything we do here at the Y7. This year, we have done some amazing things. For the first time in history, we've had young people speaking at G7 official working groups, at G7 ministerial meetings. For the first time in history, we had the UK Prime Minister speaking to youth delegates and at the Y7 Summit. For the first time in history, we have had the biggest UK consultation, and in fact, I think Y7 consultation. We have done so many firsts, but what's so important is that they are not just the first, that they will go on to become, there will be seconds and thirds, that we are not just empowering you as young people today, but that we are creating space for the young people who follow us in the future. That is what matters so much to me, that not only have we set an incredibly high standard this year, and I'm so proud of everyone who has achieved that, I'm also proud of the fact that next year they have a whole lot to live up to, and we will work so hard to make sure that they do. So thank you for everything you have done today to champion the voice of young people, but thank you also for creating the space for young people in the future to have their voices heard at the highest level of decision making. I am so proud of everything we collectively have achieved. And I just want to conclude by saying, we really are the leaders of tomorrow, making a difference today. Thank you for all of your time, energy, and enthusiasm. And I am now going to hand over to Anna Saunders to introduce our final keynote guest, who will be playing us out of the Y7 Summit today.
Thank you so much, Sophie. And thank you for making all of this possible for the Y7 this year, and just for being such an inspiration to all of us. Now, I am unbelievably excited to be able to introduce to you all someone that I've been a big fan of for a long time now. Someone who has been an advocate for young people in the political sphere, engaging inside and outside of the system through all kinds of mediums. George the Poet is a London-born spoken word performer of Ugandan heritage. He's a poet, a hip-hop artist, a Brit Award nominee, an academic, a social commentator, and even an award-winning podcaster. So before I pass you over to him, just a quick reminder, please everyone do post your questions in the chat. He'd love to engage in a conversation with you after. Now, here he is, performing live. It's George the Poet.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. In fact, thank you for having me as part of this event. When I was a young person trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life, I had no idea that there were so many people ready to nurture the leadership skills and the talent and the potential of people in my age group. And when I see everything that Y7 is doing, has done, and all the people that Y7 speaks to and represents, I know that the future is in good hands. So thank you very much. For those of you who don't know, my name is George the Poet. I'm a spoken word artist. What that means is I use words to paint pictures of modern day life. And I try, because I have an interest in the direction of society, I try and paint pictures that reflect things about our nature and things about the changes that we're going through as individuals, my personal journey, and more broadly as a civilization. When I began my journey, I was actually a rapper. Rap taught me how to put words together in a way that landed in people's minds and hearts and opened people up to experiences outside of their own. Rap was beautiful to me because it was a form of art that we didn't have to pay to learn, or we didn't have to pick up a book to learn. We could pick it up while spending time with our friends and engaging in activities like listening to music and hanging out at a studio, things that didn't take too much effort and they didn't feel like work. Those are the activities that actually developed us. Those are the spaces that nurtured us. So rap was always special to me for that reason. But I became a little bit frustrated with the rap space for a couple of reasons. In our world, I was very passionate about the community. We had certain challenges that I'm sure you've heard about them before. A lot of rappers come from similar environments and situations as what I grew up around. A low income area with a lot of unemployment, struggling with crime and drug abuse, and often really difficult family situations. Because so many of my friends came from the worst of this, and because I had grown up around it, not really understanding how different life could be. When we started rapping, I was amazed because there was a way to talk about all of this and to generate beautiful art out of this dark situation. And I really believed that that vehicle could take us to amazing places. And all credit to UK rap. In this country, rap has done really well, and it has grown, and it has provided a lot of jobs, a lot of opportunities. It's created ambassadors from our community. It has established links with other countries and, flown the flag just across the world. Rap's been amazing for that. It actually has the probably the largest share of the music market right now in this country. Over a fifth, over 20% of all the music listened to and streamed on the radio, played on the radio last year in this country, over 20% of it was UK rap. And when I was growing up, that was a dream. But there's been a lot of work to enable us to have that opportunity. And some of the challenges that we experienced along the way are the very same challenges that steered me away from rap and made me become a poet. So when I was about 19, 20 years old, it's 10 years ago now, I started attending university. And my university was so different from the environment I grew up in that I wanted to present my art, I wanted to present my rap in a way that would allow me to be understood. That became poetry. And at the same time, I was studying sociology. That enabled me to take this art form that we developed as a community and fill it with information and ideas that I was taking from school, a school that many of my friends weren't able to go to. And that just became my career. The reason I start off with that story is because I really want to leave you with this idea today that change happens everywhere, all the time. Change happens everywhere, all the time. And when you understand that, you realize that you can mold the changes that you're going through. You can mold the changes that are happening, or you can influence the changes that are happening around you to create the society that you believe in. See, when I studied sociology, I've read about a guy called Pierre Bourdieu. Bourdieu said, all reality is a construct. We exist in relation to our social ties. So that means you'll never understand me without looking at some of the local guys. I was like the exception to the rule. The only one in year 6 to get into a school that at the time wasn't already under a warning since the regulators declared it was underperforming. So you can imagine the wonder and awe when little George's post finally comes in the morning. They're screaming, shouting, thunder is bawling at my letter of acceptance from this school. I was the exception to the rule. The problem is that's not what I wanted. It's not like I felt scared to be there, but it was far from home in more ways than one, and all of my friends were elsewhere, to be fair. That was my first real lesson and opportunity. Save yourself or get left in a lost community. Even though I saw myself in my friends, if I stayed there, I couldn't be much help for my ends. You see, all reality is a construct. We exist in relation to other guys and girls. So I had to move to a better reality from one where everyone tries and fails. I can't say I lived to regret the decision, given that so many of them are now dead and in prison after growing up too fast from a young age, having to supplement their mum's wage, leaving school early to make easy money because in their eyes, education doesn't amount to much, getting into trouble, coming out of trouble, but the world's moved on. Now they're out of touch. Just as serious as everyone else, without as much experience as everyone else. And you can imagine, what sort of vocation is eager for people that report to probation? In a job market hampered by fear, aggression, and a severe recession, the absolute dream was a clear profession with even the slightest prospect of career progression. So here's the question. Who deserved the job? Society treated these people like they were some subversive mob. But reality is a construct. We exist in relation to our social ties. So no matter what you see around you, there's a whole nother world when you close your eyes. You don't have to be, You don't have to jeopardize your health or your salary. You don't have to jeopardize your health for your sanity. You don't have to compromise yourself for your salary. You have the right to be a blessing, not a burden. Find purpose in service. Be a help to your family. If we forget how outcast the voice of an outcast is, they'll never be heard. Their words are just noises without answers. Because there are no choices without chances. That's a poem called Construction. And that's a perfect example of the kind of technique I developed across my career to start explaining the changes that I believed that needed to happen in new ways. As you can tell, a lot of it rhymed. I mean, I tried to make it all rhyme. And that was a technique. That was a technique that I picked up from my environment that I was able to apply to the conversations that were most important to me. And that just took me through my career. I was fortunate to be able to be signed. I got a record deal, and we had a lot of successes, the label and I together. However, after a couple of years, I felt like it wasn't really for me. I felt that, similar to what was just said, I felt like although the career was going well, there was another level of contribution that I could make to society. So I stepped away from my record label about 6 years ago, and I decided to figure out how I could serve my community, how I could develop my ideas for society. And in that space, I was fortunate to come across the Institute of Education in London, UCL, University College London. They put together an education festival. It's called the London Festival of Education. And when I was there, I realized that the thing that I believed in the most was the power of education to affect long-term change. But not just education in the way that you might have experienced it or the way that I experienced it. Growing up, I was told that education was the grades that I got and the school that I went to. But when I look back on the career that had become so successful, I got that education from the streets. I got that education from my friends. And I realized that education, just like change, happens all the time, everywhere. So I decided to figure out how I could contribute to the education space throughout my career in a way that would allow young people to continuously engage with my ideas. I thought about that for some time, experimented with different things. I started working with Prince Harry. Prince Harry had seen me at a show and asked me to become an ambassador for his charity, which was all about taking the stigma out of HIV, specifically for young people, specifically in Africa, because unfortunately, young people in sub-Saharan Africa are the one group that are seeing an increase in HIV infection rates. So I started working with him, and through his work, I realized that you can commit yourself to a cause and meet so many new people just through that cause. Just like I'm sure many of you are finding through this whole program. That was one thing I learned. I also learned that I was able, because I was an artist and because people knew me for speaking about social issues, I was able to go into different public spaces. I could go into the prison space and spend some time with people in there and develop programs for prisoners. I realized I could go and, create a TV show if I wanted. And after about 2 years of experimenting, the mixture of all of these lessons from the charities and from the private world and from TV, everything that I learned came together in my podcast. I started this podcast 3 years ago, and the idea of the podcast was that I'll be able to just talk to you guys in the most creative way possible. I'll be able to bring in music, rhyme, other guests on my podcast. I'll be able to discuss all of this, and I'll be able to bring an audience around the conversation of change. And I really want to encourage you guys to do the same. Be creative about the conversations you're trying to have. Not everything has to be formal and stiff and dry like a lot of school was for me. I felt like school was a bit boring. But what we're doing here is the future. What you guys are doing is the future. And you should be brave about that. You should be as creative about that as you possibly can. So that's my life story. That's what I'm currently doing. If you check for anything that I'm into, you're gonna find more insight into this method. And yeah, I hope it's useful to you. We can have some questions at this point. Or...
Wow, thank you so much for that amazing performance and for joining us all here today, George, and sharing your story. We really appreciate that. A really inspiring call to action for us all, I think. And such a brilliant example of the power that we can all work if we just find our own voices and our own stories and tell those. So now I know you've also left us some time to have a bit of a conversation with everyone. So again, please do write your questions in the Q&A box if you want to chat with us. But I'll kick things off, I think, myself by asking you, why do you think that the youth voice is so important? We know as young people that the youth voice is vital in solving global problems, that we can add value to the political sphere, but often convincing older people of that is half the job. So in your own words, why should G7 leaders listen to us?
Young people have fresh eyes. That's it. Fresh eyes, a fresh take on the situation. And also young people have the advantage of growing up in the new world, right? Many of us who are past our youth, we're working on the new world, we're building the new world and we're contributing to it, but we haven't grown up in it. So we're not native to the new technologies that come out and the new ideas that come out. So it's very important to give young people that front and center stage where they can apply their fresh perspective to all of the same old questions that many of us have been grappling with.
Thank you so much. Another question from the audience now. What would you give as advice for a young poet and campaigner today?
I would say the first thing you got to figure out is what you want to say. You know, what is your try and find one thing that you really believe in and find new ways of explaining that to different people. You don't only have to focus on one audience. That's another very important thing to realize. This is what I learned working with Prince Harry. Just through him, so many people are attracted to him and his energy and his space that I met because he was introducing me to these people. I met all of these very interesting, very well-intentioned people who I would never have come across if I just stayed in my circle. So make sure that you're always trying to explain yourself or present new ideas to new people. There's more people in the world than you have time to meet. So that's the good news. You can never run out of audience space.
Such great advice. Every question. Okay, another one for you from Marianne. What are the most interesting or innovative ways that you've seen people campaign around social issues recently or in general?
You know what, Marianne? I will take it back to creativity. I mean, I know that's kind of built into your question, but people do this in different ways. I have seen campaigns to raise awareness about the shortage of female sanitary supplies in the global south. I've seen people do that with dance, you know, putting together interest, and people do this on TikTok a lot these days as well. This is what I mean about young people having fresh eyes, and there always being a new way to handle these conversations. TikTok these days, you find a 1-minute post about a really deep subject, a really complicated and sometimes difficult thing to talk about, but it's put in such a digestible format. Sometimes someone's dancing out the message, sometimes someone has painted it really creatively, but they've like time-lapsed it to make it really fast, and in a short space of time they've painted a very complex but compelling and powerful image. I see people do this with poetry. I will always advocate for poetry because words just go straight into people's heart. But yeah, be creative. Creativity will always grab people's attention.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I could do with thinking about that myself. So a question from Amelia. I'd love to know how you'd found the confidence to share your story through poetry. I enjoy writing poetry and found last year, when race became a topic to talk about, I found writing was therapeutic, but sharing your voice can feel vulnerable. How did you overcome this?
You're so right. You're so right. And it doesn't stop feeling like that. Even when I'm on the screen right now, I'm like wondering how I'm coming across. Is someone going to look at me and not get the right vibe? So don't feel like your self-consciousness is some weird thing about you that you need to get over, and George the poet doesn't have that problem. Not true. But at the same time, like my previous advice to the poet about just finding something that you believe in, I'm driven by what I believe in. And I speak about the way we're living. So even if I didn't feel like writing a poem, I would still be observing the same things that push me to write. I would see it in my friends. I see it in my nephews. I see it in my partner. I hear it in the music I love. I'm talking about our way of life. So that constantly motivates me to help everyone around me figure out how we can make the changes that will make all of our lives a bit better.
Absolutely.
Can I just add to that?
Oh, please.
I think the big point there is focus on how you can help. That's what it's really about. When you know that what you're doing is helpful to others, it's easier to do. It's easier to do it.
Right. I have another question for you from Ryan, who is watching, and slightly similar, but I still feel really valuable to ask. As someone who is still coming out of a period of having trouble speaking due to a speaking impediment, what advice can you give to those of us who have trouble speaking and articulating our ideas to be more successful in articulating ourselves?
Well, that's a really interesting question, Ryan, and I want to learn more about this. So I don't want to talk out of turn, because as I understand, there are speech therapies for different impediments that can gradually help you work through your particular challenge. I would say try and again apply your writing or your creativity to your speech therapies. Try and work on whatever your challenge might be. And I apologize if I'm thinking about this in the wrong way, because I don't have firsthand experience of it. But you would be in a perfect example to help someone with a speech impediment understand how it works, right? Try and apply your art to your challenge. Like I explained with the rap that we started off with, it was all about the challenges of my area. And because I really wanted to figure out these challenges and get on top of them, I didn't know how we were going to, but I just continued writing and I continued trying to make other people understand where we were coming from. So maybe that's a goal that you can set yourself.
So insightful, thank you. Do you mind if I ask you one more quick question from Elle? Great. What's been the most significant thing that you've learned across your journey, George?
I think human beings have infinite potential. And that's not just all 7 point whatever billion of us. That's you as an individual. I described how I stepped away from my music career to figure out what to do for the community. And what I experienced on that journey was, firstly, working with Prince Harry. I keep talking about it like I'm trying to name drop, but it was a really big learning experience. Because that was about HIV, I figured out that, okay, I can talk about issues that I really care about. So I tried to create a big list of things I cared about and just continue writing about them. But eventually what I started doing was looking inside myself and talking about what was going on inside me and trying to relate that to what was going on around me. And I never ran out of content. So what that means is within me, there is an endless stream of ideas. There's an endless perspective. And I noticed that about everything. I was just spending time with my partner's little sister. She's like 9 years old, but she's very far in age from me, but just her perspective is endless. So we could never run out of things to talk about. So I would encourage you to look at every interaction, every scenario from that perspective. What more is there that I can learn, and what more can I contribute?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm taking away so many ideas and so much inspiration from this talk with you, George. So thank you for coming here and sharing your story with us today. I think everyone here is really, really glad to have heard what you had to tell us. So I'm going to pass back to Sophie now.
Thank you so much, George, for your time, for sharing your story, for sharing your vision. It was really powerful, and I've been so amazed to have heard from you. And I know that our attendees too have taken so much from that session. So thank you. I think the thing that I take from this is probably the best note to conclude. My favorite quote there was, "Find your own voice, find your own story. The future is in good hands." And I guess that's our closing call to all of you. As Y7 delegates, as Youth Forum members, your journey is not over. In fact, in many cases, it's probably only just begun. You've gone through an incredible experience to formulate policy recommendations on behalf of young people, but now we must get those policy recommendations heard. And that means, although we all really want to go and lie on a beach somewhere right now, take some time off, take a break, look after yourself, but also know that we now have to keep fighting that fight to make sure that the youth voice is heard at this year's G7 summit. And we will be coming together as a group in about 2 weeks' time, Y7 delegates and Youth Forum, to reflect on how you can best do that to make sure we have maximum impact at this year's G7 summit. To everyone else who's joined us, to the hundreds of young people on the summit itself, to all of you who are joining us on the live stream, your job is not over yet either. I encourage each of you to find your own story, to find your own voice. And I want to take us back to the call to action that the Y7 delegates gave us yesterday. Number 1, get signing. Please sign the Y7 communique. The more young people we have signing that Y7 communique, the more likelihood that we have people, that we have world leaders taking it seriously. So share it with your friends, your family, your neighbor's daughter, your granddad's best friend, whoever it is. Please share the communique as far and wide as possible. Please sign it as much as possible. Number 2, get specific. Find one of those recommendations that speaks to you and drive forward action on it, whether that's writing to your MP, whether that is campaigning in your local community, whether that's reaching out to a Y7 delegate, whatever it is, get specific, find something that speaks to you, that resonates with you, that you find purpose in the same way that George has just been talking about, and follow that, pursue it, because if you have a passion, you will deliver something amazing. And I think we've all just learnt that from hearing George speak. And finally, get sharing. Share everything on social media. Please try and get as many people involved and excited in the Y7 Summit and the Y7 recommendations. Use social media, whatever means you want to use. So my closing words are this. Congratulations on everything we have achieved so far. Congratulations to the Y7 delegates, to the Youth Forum, to the task force, the Sherpas, and everyone else who has made the Y7 so far so successful. But our journey is not over yet. And together, I know we will do amazing things. Together, we are making waves for future generations. And I look forward to seeing the impact, the ripples of our work in years, in decades to come, as we champion the voice of young people at the highest level of decision making. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here today. Thank you for your time over the last 2 days. Thank you for your time, your energy, and your commitment. And thank you so much for joining us on this Y7 journey. I look forward to seeing where it takes us. So until next time, thank you for joining us at the Y7 Summit 2021.